Insert log here. Your red ones paint slower. That's me, I'm the red ones. Bruh, if the orcs were constantly screaming wog because they actually meant wagyu steak and they were just craving a delicious, succulent steak, I would get it. I would jump in on that immediately. I'd be a part of every wog simultaneously across the universe. I would split myself like a sea cucumber with some sort of, like, asexual reproduction to create infinite clones of myself to create my own wog for wagyu. Hey, thanks for the chip, Danny. Oh, right. Hey, hi, everybody. Give me a second. I'll pop in and do the usual spiel, and we'll talk a little bit. And, yeah, and then it'll be WOG time? Wait, no, Warhammer time. Ha, not WOG time. Psych. We're not going on a warpath. Not yet. We gotta be normal for a little bit.
Hey, everybody. Hi.
Hey, we love an eco-conscious orc who recycles their fallen in battle to make delicious steaks and recycles their enemies. Very cool. Thanks for the soup, and thank you for the gifted chip. All right, gamers, let's, I've only got a little bit before the Skull stream, and I wanted to yap for a minute before that, so let's group up and hang out.
All right, everybody, queue up for the dungeon. Who's DPSing? Who's tanking? Who's wogging?
And who's doing the big magic? Sanders, welcome back for 29 months, and thank you. Wow, that was a harsh cut. Didn't mean to do that, but I did do it, so here we are now. Anyway, hi everybody, welcome in. My name is Crimzon Rulez. I'm Elysium's greatest monster hunter. I am the Midwest Fantasy VTuber and your least favorite idol. Best last girl, Xeno sympathizer, mankind fixer, and all around, sometimes okay guy. Are we your little WOG champ? I mean, I'm not going to say yes to that, but I'm not going to tell you you did a good job. You friendly fired 50% of your own units. No. But hey, welcome in, gamers. Xeno sympathizer. Listen, I'm a totally normal human. Inquisitor, please don't execute me. My ears are just... I was just born like this. It's got nothing to do with Xeno's blood. Please leave me alone, Mr. Inquisitor. I promise I'm normal. What a good egg indeed, Enticing Thorn. Anyway, hi everybody, welcome in. So this is my Warhammer 40k, well, not Warhammer 40k, sorry, my Warhammer Skulls Showcase stream. It isn't just 40k, technically. I mean, that's definitely very popular, but yeah, you might get a little Age of Sigmar, you might get a little regular Total Warhammer in there. You might get a little fantasy. You don't know. You never know. Or Old World, possibly. But anyway, this is a sponsored stream by Warhammer. Just wanted to throw that out there real fast to kind of get that out of the way. I'm supposed to say that, but now that that's out of the way, I can say, I don't care if it's a sponsored stream. I'm just excited to be doing it. Yeah, I'm just jazzed to be here. They sent me a really cool box, which is really weird. It feels weird to live in a world where, I don't know what to call it. It's like, what do you call it? What is that? What is that when you like get like a little box and they're like, here, like, here's a box. Thanks for thinking our stuff's cool. And I'm like, it is cool. I think it's very cool. Let's go. Peon, thank you for 2 years and welcome back. WOG. Exactly. Happy 2 years. WOG indeed. Yeah. It's like a loot box, like a PR box. Sure, whatever. I don't know. It's just weird because like. I'm not gonna get super personal here because we're not here for that. But I'm just gonna say it's weird to live in a world where, like, as a kid, you know, as like a teenager, I got really into Warhammer through Lizardman and Warhammer Fantasy because my oldest sister's buddy like gave us his armies when he went off to college. And now I'm like, oh, Warhammer sent me a box of cool stuff. I'm like, no way. that's a weird world to live in, to be like, I like this as a kid. And then you grow up into an adult and you have to like not partake for a long while. And then they're like, hey man, I like that you like our stuff. I'm like, cool. I like your stuff. Cool. Is it the Skulls loot box? Yeah, it's like a Warhammer. I'll show you it in a minute. It's gonna be really cool. I'm excited about it anyway. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, Lee. I think a lot of people partake in the Warhammer hobby specifically as an artistic enterprise and not as a gaming enterprise. And while I like mechanics and numbers and crunchy dice sounds, and I will almost certainly be playing tabletop given the opportunity, I think that I am still largely approaching it first from an artistic perspective because I want to build little minis and paint them because that seems fun. It does. It feels very surreal. It feels weird to be in this world. It feels weird to be in the world where I'm like, oh, cool. I mean, cool. Awesome. I'm glad. I'm excited. I hope they're excited. I'm excited to watch this. I would have watched it anyway, so whatever. Team Mizzou, thank you for 29 months of being a bruiser. Welcome back. Finrear Liz, thank you for 29 months as well. I'm definitely probably not a Death Jester Harlequin. Aren't the Harlequins technically Eldar? I don't know how I feel about that. How dare you? He's never ever been inside the Black Library. Definitely not liquefying your squadron right now. No, that would be weird. Did they send you Lizardmen too, or Sylvaneth, or is it strictly business, orcs and Spasmarines? So okay, here's the deal. They sent me their regular box, but they were also kind enough to let me pick my own, and I did get something. So that's pretty exciting. They gifted me another cool box, which I got to pick out. I was originally, and you're not gonna like this, Warhammer fans. Somebody right now in the audience is like, I've never seen this Crimzon Rulez guy. I don't know who this guy is. And they're gonna be like, this Xenos loving scumbag picked the worst one. You gotta understand, man. When it comes to any franchise, I pick the one that's gonna be most annoying to my opponents. And also, I like their cool mechs, but I was gonna pick Tau because I like Tau a lot. I think they're really cool. As a not usually 40k guy, as more of a Warhammer like Age of Sigmar fantasy guy, Tau seemed the coolest to me from 40k. But I also really like bugs a lot. I'm kind of the bug guy. You might not know this about me. So I went with Tyranids. I got a Tyranid combat patrol. So I'm pretty excited to show you guys that. And I'll show you a little bit later. Don't worry. But I do want to get Tau, you know, at some point. I'm going to save up and just get him with my own money. Mogfield, thank you for 27 months of being a jackass. Woo! I'm excited to paint some minis. Now I'm not going to do that yet. I'm gonna show you guys the cool box I got, and then I'm gonna show you some of the stuff I've done. I did prime some minis to paint on stream today. Nothing super crazy, but I did prime a few things to paint on stream. But I'm gonna do that after the Skulls Showcase, because I just don't think I'll have time to really get going on that beforehand. So 500 Termagants would have been so cool. I should have done 500 Termagants. I decided to instead do a combat patrol because I want to be gameplay ready. Not that that's like a huge like army, but it's enough to get started with, and I want to be gameplay ready. Though I will say I'm a big fan of like swarmy little guys in any setting, any game. So I will probably almost certainly pick up 500. I will like 99.9% pick up 500 Termagants just to swarm my enemies because I think it's funny. Or maybe like all rippers, even though I know they get blasted apart. Here's the thing. Okay, I want to talk about this in a minute once I get my hand cam portion set up and I'm showing you guys, but I've never seen this guy, but he would have picked the best box if he picked Tau. The Tau box was so cool, but here's the thing. I wanted more little of their little like tracker drones, you know, the ones with the little laser sighters that float around them. I wanted one of the, I don't know if they use these units anymore, but there used to be like a fire warrior unit that like carried around a mobile like old-timey 1920s photo booth that he stuck his head in, and it controlled 3 drones with guns on it. And I'm like, I wanted that guy. I think he might have been made obsolete. I don't know if he's like used in the modern Tau like sets, but he seems fun. The Farside Marksman. Oh, that's a Pathfinder, not a Fire Warrior. Apologies. There you go. Marker light drones. I don't know. He seems really cool. Oh, Commander Farsight seems really cool too. Don't get me wrong. Do I have a tabletop store nearby to play the game? Yeah. Nearby? No. Also, Hagoon. Thanks for the soup. In Mogfields, I don't know if I said this, but thank you for 27 months of being a jackass. I promise I'm not cursing, all right? I probably will at some point in the stream. Sorry, Warhammer. I'm going to try my best. I'm doing a really good job right now. I'm going to try my best, but I promise I'm saying jackass. 11 months? I need 3 hands to count that high. Man, just take out your 3rd hand. Thanks for 11 months, man. I'm being so say-so, dude. Oh, I want to get to a point where I can kit bash. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I put together the box they sent me last night. Actually, I stayed up really late. I blinked for like 2 hours before the stream. I'm incredibly tired. Speaking of, I'm gonna crack open a stamina potion real quick. I'm very tired, but I put together what they sent me, and I got a little base coat on it of like a nice dark gray. And now they're prepped for painting, and I'm gonna do that today. But I was looking at them and I was like, man, I want to kit bash so hard. I want to like move around some of their holsters and a couple of their like leather pouches for their sidearms, like their little like bolters or whatever. But I have not. One day I want to be good enough to do it, but I'm terrified. I'm just now getting started with the hobby side of things. And even when I was a kid, I didn't technically ever build a unit. I had a pre-built set of lizardmen that I did repaint. But I never built them. See you later, succubi. Whoa. I'm super excited to approach the hobby side of this. You know, when I was a kid and I first got into Warhammer, that's a good stamina potion. When I was a kid and I first got into Warhammer, I think I was very much in the mindset of like, oh, it's all about the game. It's about playing the game, and I got to get to the point where I can play the game. And all I had to play with was my older sister, and she ran High Elves because that's what she got from her buddy, and I ran Lizardmen because that's what I got from her buddy. And I'm not gonna lie, that was not an incredibly engaging military like conflict there. Partially because we didn't really understand the game. We just meat grindered against each other. Like we just kept attacking each other until one army or the other was done. But partially because if you know anything about old world Warhammer, High Elves are very ranged focused a lot of the time, and there's a lot of archer units there and a couple spearmen, and that was about it. And I was literally running like 90% Saurus warriors with a few skinks on the side. And what this means, essentially, for those of you who don't play Warhammer, is the Lizardmen are very slow and very hard to kill, so it takes them a long time to get to their opponents. But if they do get there, they will probably win in melee. The High Elves are very frail, at least they're archers, and want to stay at range and poke at you. So if you stay far enough away, you might have a chance at winning. 90% of our games were, I'm walking at you, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you, and she would shoot at me with High Elves, and if I did not lose, I don't know, like 70% of my army, it was over for her. If I closed the gap slowly, it was over, and I got in melee, and then it was just a meat grinder. And it's like, well, that was definitely a battle. Am I interested in reading the Warhammer books? Yes. Yes, I am, but I think I want to start with the Caiaphas Cain novels. I hear that's a really easy entry point. Thymos, I desperately want to go back and grab some Lizardmen at some point just for nostalgia's sake, but I think if I were to run an Age of Sigmar army, it has to be, it would like, it's probably guaranteedly going to be Sylvaneth. I mean, they're like Ghost Wraith Wood Elves with bug buddies that live symbiotically either on them or inside of them that they also ride into combat. It doesn't get much more fucking like Crimzon Rulez. Chip Store the Talf. Wow, thanks, Duke Moosey. Thank you. There's gonna be a Caiaphas Cain model? I never knew he even got an original model. That's crazy. That's really cool. That's really cool. I'm a huge fan of the skinks, actually, from Lizardmen. I like their little poison dart guns. I think they're so cute. I also really like the cool, what are they called? Spite dragons, I think they're called. Spite dragons, the giant beetles that the Sylvaneth ride to battle. Seems so fucking cool. And their weird Zephyr. They have literal symbiotic bugs that live on their backs that give them, like, gossamer bug wings. And they'll, like, latch onto the back of units like jump jets, right? And I think they're called Zephyr sprites. Which is just... what a coincidence, brother. Anyway, let me show you the box they sent me. I'm going to show you this. Hold on. I'm going to make sure everything's working first. Anyway, cool to hear that they're dropping a Caiaphas Cain model. I can't say I'm excited for it, only because I don't have a personal attachment to Caiaphas yet. I might one day, though. I like the idea of him so far, because I've heard so much about him, but I have never participated in his novels. Is that a Crimzon Rulez? More likely than you think. Let me make sure, question mark, that my, oh yeah, that's what I thought, that my hand cam isn't going to be like super ugly, hideous setup. It's not going to look great right now, but that's okay. It's because I don't have my overhead light on, because if I did, it would be very dark and look very weird. So we're not going to do that. But what I am going to do is show you this box I got, because it's really cool. I also forgot to put music on this scene, so let me put music on that scene before we move over. I'm a professional. I'm a professional. I'm very good at this. I forgot to turn my music up even today. There you go. All right, hold on. Let me put my other gloves on so that I can really get in the spirit of things. I've got my one gloves on, but if you know anything about being cool and epic and awesome, it's that you have to wear two gloves if you really want to be cool. So I'm going to get my other pair of gloves on top of my initial pair of gloves, which is very important. Caiaphas Cain is imposter syndrome in the form of person. I've heard that Caiaphas Cain is imposter syndrome. I think he started out as actually kind of an imposter, and then from what I understand, he genuinely filled those shoes better than most commissars could, and became just kind of the coolest guy. that ever lived in the Imperium. He is what people aspire for all of their Imperial Guard to be, I'm sure. Double gloves are like double sunglasses. It's exactly like that. I wear my double gloves at night. Boop. Is everything working? See, now I've got 2 gloves. I've got my gloves, right? And then I've got my gloves, right? That's how you know I'm cool and that I definitely probably harass strangers in my local... No, I'm just kidding. I don't do that. Please, please, Warhammer. I was kidding. All right, check this out. This the box they sent me. Whoa. Sorry, let me tilt it up to you. Yeah, whoa. It's actually really cool because it, I was like, how do you open this thing? And I thought it opened from the side. It does not open from the side. It actually opens with a little magnetic strip on the front, which is nice because then it's a reusable box. So I think what I'm probably gonna do with this is I think I'm gonna store, wait, would that be a bad idea? I was gonna say, I think I'm gonna store my minis in here once I have them all painted up, but would that be doxing if I like strolled up to, you know, a hobby shop with this? Is that bad? I know, magnetic fancy. Also, I feel like I can feel the box rumble a bit. I'm holding it on the sides, like right here, you know? And when I talk at it, I feel like I feel it rumble a bit. So I don't know if I'm just talking too loud or if this box is very good for like reverberating noise. Your voice doxes you. I change it, duh. I walk into a hobby shop and I'm like, hello, everybody. I like doing, how's your 401k? So, that's not a problem. Done. Yeah, it's John Hobbyman. That's me, dude. That's who I am. Anyway, it's pretty cool. Let me show you some of the goodies I got in here. Hold on. Is that you, Freddy? More likely than you think. Wog. No. Just kidding. All right, let me show you. I don't know if hey, Mane-san, if you're watching, if I'm not allowed to show this, let me know, but I'm gonna start showing it now. The cool stuff I got. And if I can't, well, oops, I fucked up. Check this out. Hold on, I gotta get this out of the packaging, because if I don't, then it's gonna reflect on my face. But check this guy out. Fantasy fans, you're gonna like this, I think. Yeah! Ta-da! Oh wait, wrong way. Ta-da! Look, it's a little fire slayer from Age of Sigmar. It's those little Mohawk dwarves who go, ah, naked in the battle. He's got a little axe. And his butt's almost out. Does he got a butt? All right, I had to check. He's a little fluffy guy. These are the little guys who go running at enemies and jump at them with a big old axe and fight them in a 1v1. It's just me. This is exactly what I look like most days. Dwarves. Yeah. Ha. I'm gonna put it back in his bag for now, just to keep him safe from cat hairs, because I got cat hairs all over. I just wet wiped this whole desk of cat hairs. Already, my hands are covered in little white cat hairs. It's driving me insane. No, I can't let him hold my actual axe. It's too big. All right, let me show you a couple other things. I'm showing you them in like order of like what I'm excited about, right? I can't believe, oh no, they made Crimzon Rulez into a marketable plushie with a 1-to-1. It's exactly what my beard looks like too, is what's crazy about it. Isn't that weird? Uh-oh. I forgot how to use my keyboard. Oh well. Deploy now with deployable beard action. All right, hold on. Let me try to set this up in a way where I can like keep the box here for you guys. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Oh, well, now you're going to see all the spoilers. Hold on. I don't want you guys to see that. No. No. Okay. All right, hold on. So there's this little guy. Move him over here for a minute. Suddenly I can't see. Yeah, you're dang right you can't see. See, you almost got me. You almost caught me cursing. You almost caught me cursing on my sponsor stream, but I stopped myself. Thank you very much. Nice try. So I've also got this little guy. This is pretty cool. Listen, here's the thing. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be so for real. I get why they sent this. I get why they sent this. This is a cool thing. This is a cool thing objectively. But, and this is the bummer, I'm not a hat guy, but this is a cool hat. Iron within. Sorry, hold on.
Let me try that one more time.
Iron within, iron without. Pretty epic. Very nice, very cool. I'm not a hat guy. My hair is too voluptuous. My lobster too juicy. My steak too too tasty, or whatever the saying is. But it is a cool hat, and honestly, I like keeping my hair out of my face. So if I am gonna be wearing a hat, I'm gonna be rocking some cool ones. So that's very nice. That's very awesome. My steak, yeah, my steak. Steak too tasty. Steak too juicy. Lobster too moist. I don't know. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Very evil? What? No, don't you know the rules? If you got a skull iconography, you're a good guy, probably. Wagyu steak, too juicy. I get this Wagyu steak too juicy. They also sent me, check this out. Cha-cha! Imperial Knights dice. For those of you who don't know, Imperial Knights are like it's like I mean, they're still Imperium, like they're still part of the Imperium of Man, but they're like the big cool walker mechs with like the giant shields and lances and stuff that kind of like are on like stilt legs, and they're built to look kind of like big old armored knights, sort of. But they're their own faction, which I did not know, because back when I looked at 40K, they were not their own faction. But it's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. They remind me of oh, what was the word I was gonna say? They remind me of dreadnoughts, but like less boxy, obviously. They're like definitely more crafted to look like a big like kaiju battling mech knight, which is awesome, very awesome. They seem to be the go-to army if you want to be the big stompy robot guys who basically don't use any little units. Like they've got smaller mechs, right? But like in a world where people are, you know, the models are like yay tall, having your smallest guy be like this big, that's a pretty big guy still. Owls move. I don't know about that. Well, kind of, yeah. I'm a big unit kind of guy. If you say so. I like my little swarmy guys. Listen, if I were to run Tau, it would be like 90% Fire Warriors with a few like cool mechs to throw in there just to spice it up a bit and a Devilfish to move them around. But if I want to run Tyranids, it's going to be 50 billion Termagants. What would my faction be if I was in the game myself? Well, as a regular, totally normal human being, it would probably be whatever, you know, I've probably just, you know, I'm going to assume just regular Imperial Guard, because I'm not a Space Marine, and I'm definitely not an elf. I'm just a regular human being guy. Let me move some of this out of the way. Hold on. All right, so what else did they send me? This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. They sent me this. Hold on. I haven't taken this out of the box yet, so give me a second to open this box. I mean, I've seen it, but I didn't like pop it out and look at it. Hold on. Yeah. Here's the box. Very exciting, I know. I don't want to show you the SKU just in case. This actually is very cool. Just be good for the gym. Deathcore Krieg. I will admit the Deathcore Krieg looks really, really awesome. They're very cool looking. They sent me just Oh, sorry. This bottle. Skulls. Skulls. I haven't messed with it much yet, but it seems pretty epic. You might like Gortrek and Felix books. They're Warhammer fantasy novels about a dwarf seeking glorious death in battle and his poor human friend. I've heard about them, actually. I've heard about those two. I've heard those novels are a very fun sort of like bar stomping good time. And that they get up to all sorts of stuff they absolutely should not survive. Tan-tan! Gotta stay hydrated. Okay, let me get that box out of there so I can show you a couple more things that I got. And then I'm gonna show you, hopefully, a couple things I'm gonna be painting a little bit later. Oh, sorry, someone's mowing. 1 second. You gotta understand, it's the middle of the day here. It's the middle of the day here. All right, I also got this. Check this out. This is actually also pretty cool. Maybe I should have shown this first. I give that skulls out of 10. Let's go! Not an elf. Why are your ears pointy then? You can't just ask people that. I don't know, dude. Why are you short? I was born this way. Leave me alone. Because we're Ruzeators? Okay, fair, fair, fair. All right, check this out. Dice scroll. Oh, dice scroll. With little end cap thingies. They're so cool. All right, let me move this bottle because it's blocking my ability to show you. Check that out. It's like a little like leather dice scroll thingy. And then what you could do is you pop it open, right? And it becomes, hold on. It becomes, this one's actually very cool, a little desk mat. Look. Sorry, there's paper in there because they want to preserve it. And I understand that, but get it out of my way. Look at that. I turned it upside down for you, sorry. Look at that. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And then it becomes a little leather mat that you could either roll your dice on, or it also unzips so you can put your dice inside of it before you roll it up. So then you can take your little dice, put them in your dice scroll, have your little like Imperium style dice scroll that you take to your tabletop games, and you unfurl that bad boy, and boom. Pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. Also, just rock it up with a scroll in your hand. I don't care. I don't care if that is chuny. That's cool as hell. Uh-oh, I said a curse word. Sorry, guys. War is hell. It even has like a little Warhammer. Ding, Warhammer 40K. Huh? That's kind of cool as hell. Ready to roll those nat ones? You better believe it, brother. I'm an expert at rolling the lowest possible numbers. You can't roll lower than me. Those are the rules. All right, I've got another thing to show you, and this is the last thing I'm gonna show you before I show you what they sent me. I'm gonna be so for real with you guys. I'm not up to date on my Warhammer lore. So I don't know who this guy is, but you guys might if you happen to be a Chaos Space Marine fan. Now, do I think this is a named character? No. I think this is a unit, but they are called the Black Legion Chosen Champion with Bolter and Power Maul. Fun fact, I did not know they had power mauls. I thought they had power swords, power knives, power spears, and like sometimes power axes. I did not know they had power mauls. But that's widowy epic. There's a bunch of plastic around this, but I don't know if my little gloves could pull the plastic off, and I'm a little nervous about that. But anyway, here you go. It's this fella. Oh, that's like really reflective. Hold on. You're good. You're seeing my screen, which is fine, but that's like really reflective. Oh, he's got a little knife with him too. How am I gonna open this? I guess I can find some scissors. Hold on. I got it. Don't worry. I didn't want to open anything because I didn't want to like ruin the unboxing vibe, which I'm not a big unboxing guy, but you know.
I know that that's what the kids these days are doing. Wow.
Aha, there we go. Always keep scissors in your desk, just in case. Almost 2 years of dedicated lurking. Sorry, thank you for 22 months. Love Warhammer stuff. Even though I have relatively little knowledge of it, it's okay. I'm way out of the loop now. I am nowhere near as informed as I used to be. I kept up to date on a couple factions I really care about, but I've definitely lost the sauce on the overarching narrative. I didn't even know Guile Man was back up until very recently, but boom, check it out. All right, so you got a Black Legion chosen champion, 1/18th scale. Honestly, a pretty sizable figurine, I'm not gonna lie. He also has that cool knife on his hip. But yeah, he looks like this fella. He looks like this. He's got this thing going on. I'm sure he's a nice guy. He probably like has good conversations at like, he probably like likes to talk about, you know, different books he's read at book club. You think he's a book talk girly? I think he is. I think he probably like discusses novels and stuff on TikTok. That's a big hammer. So I think a power maul is just like an electrified maul, no? Novellas? Oh, yeah. This fella looks like he reads novellas for sure. He loves morally gray characters. I mean, yeah, look at him. But they did send me one other thing, which is pretty cool. How do I fit him in here without... It's gonna have to be good enough. I'm sorry, Mr. Hold on. Wait a minute. Don't. Fireslayer, wait. Just kind of... Yeah. There you go, buddy. Very nice. Hey, Skulls. I wonder if there's a chance we'll see Peter Turbo... Whomst? Halvard? Whomst? Say that again? That sounds fake. That sounds fake and unreal. Peter Turbo sounds like... I don't know if I believe you. Oh, Perturabo. Okay. I was like, Peter Turbo? That sounds like the name of some, like, 1920s superhero.
It's Peter Turbo! Get ready for the most rip-roaring exciting thing of your life! You're never gonna believe what he gets up to this week, folks, when he fights back the Chaos Space Marines! That's right, he's gonna head down and give him the good old 1-2 Imperium punch for the Imperium of Man. And remember, report your local Xenos today! That sounds like something like 1920s Warhammer would be hitting. Alright, check this out. This is what they sent me. This is the coolest thing they sent me, which, I mean, I'm biased towards the minis. I like the minis. What can I say? Boop. Little Infernus Marines. Woo! Let's go, baby! Let's go. I'm very excited. They also sent me a bunch of paints. What's really my favorite thing about this, I like the models, don't get me wrong, but I like Space Marines, they're cool. I've already got my own idea of what I want to paint these like. I've got my own chapter in my head that I'm kind of vaguely kicking around lore in my head for. But most importantly, they sent me a bunch of paints and a little paintbrush with it, and I'm super excited because I had already bought a bunch of paints. But like, having these paints is going to be even better because I did not actually get myself the right amount of colors that I needed. Is it hard to paint these? Well, I think it depends on what you mean by hard. I wouldn't say it's hard. They also gifted me this when I inquired about paints, which is pretty cool of them. This is a little starter set that has like clippers for clipping out your tools and a ton of different colors to get started with, which is awesome. And a little file for filing down like any nubs or anything that are left over once you get them out of their little clippy zones, which is epic. But that was not part of the box. That was different. But as far as what was in the box, it's everything I have here, which is really epic. But I'm going to put those back. And I'm going to put them in the box so I can show you the set I picked out for myself. They've been very generous to me when I've asked about basically anything. They've been very cool. Thanks, Warhammer. I don't know why I keep talking like that. It's a bad habit. Thanks, guys. They're gonna be like, is he making fun of us? No, I promise. Leah, thank you for the 5 gifted chits. I'm not, but if I was, it would be in a way cooler way with much more verbosity and like some cool zingers in there. All right. One more time, I'm going to show you the box because I want to. Yeah. Yeah. It's a big box. It don't even fit on the screen. Oh, good heavens. Ta-da! Warhammer Skulls box! Yippee! It's a big box. I mean, it's like a big box. Like, it doesn't fit on the screen box. It's a big box. Yeah. Oh, cool. We're about to have the stream here soon. I can't wait. Stream starts very soon. So we're going to be watching the Warhammer Skulls Showcase in about another 18 minutes, it looks like, which is going to be showcasing all of the news for any games or upcoming games or DLC or anything like that. So that'll be cool. But before we do that, let me show you the box I picked out for myself. If you wanted a color match, you could have asked for Magnus the Red. Angry Ron is also red and has a big axe. Yeah, but I want to make my own Space Marine chapter. That's the fun of Space Marines. I don't want to make a chapter that exists. I want to do my own, and I get it. A lot of people like the chapters that are already there. But what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a chapter Space Marines, and I'm gonna give them like, yeah, I'll show you after the Skulls like showcase. I'll show you what I'm thinking, but it's based loosely around my Space Marine, custom Space Marine from Space Marine 2. Are they loyalists or heretics? That's a good question. Probably loyalists, I guess. Shrug. All right, so here's the box I picked out. And these are my little baby boys. These are my little baby bug boys. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to show you. All right, I'll show you. No, I'm not going to show you. All right, I'm going to show you. Bugs. Lots of little bugs. Look at that little flying guy. He's so cool. Look at him. He's so cool. He's got like a little stinger on his butt. He's so cool. And then I like, that's my guy right there. This big beetle with a cannon on his back. This biological cannon growing out of his back. That's my fella. I also like these guys okay. And at first, I'll be honest, I'm not a big Gene Stealer guy. And I was like, oh man, I wish they were Termagants. But here's the thing. I didn't know you could do Gene Stealers with cool tentacle mouths. I've completely 180'd on that. I'm like, actually, Gene Stealers are cool as hell. I love Gene Stealers. They're epic. So inside here, I was looking at the model pieces, and each of their heads can be replaced with the cool tentacle faces, like Davy Jones type shit or stuff. Davy Jones type stuff. And I'm not gonna lie, that's widowy epic, because eventually what I would like to do is get like a Lictor or two, or maybe like a Death Leaper, and have that in this army, and then have all of these guys be little tentacle faced guys, and then they can all match. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be really epic. It's gonna be widowy epic. I can't wait. And then I'll get a bunch of little Termagants, and it'll just be a little rush down, stinky, as much chaff as I can throw at the enemy army. It's gonna be awesome. Leaper army is viable? See? That's what I'm talking about. We doing red bugs, green bugs? I don't know yet. I haven't decided. I'm definitely gonna do something. I could do red. I do feel like red is kind of the like de facto secondary color that Tyranids tend to run. I feel like it's either this like nice sort of like bone white with like this purple carapace, or it's like a sort of like meat, like a dusty meat red with more purple bone carapace. I could do red. Maybe I could find a way to make the carapace itself red. I kind of want to do like a sort of bug-like sheen on the carapace, though. I was thinking maybe there's got to be some sort of like special paint I can do, or mixture I can make, or I don't know, something I could do to make it kind of have this like nice sort of like beetle shine. But yeah. Oh, Behemoth is the red fleet. I see. Yeah, but I want to make my own fleet. See, I want my own Hive fleet. Maybe I'll make like Hive fleet Scylla, or like Hive fleet Medusa or something. Maybe I'll do green. We'll see. Yeah, I could paint them whatever I want, and they could obviously be canon, and that's fine. As far as my little Space Marines, I have already primed these little guys after I put them together. So what's cool about that starter pack they sent me, I'm going to show it to you one more time. This is not part of the sponsor thing. I'm just showing you. Thanks for sponsoring the stream, though, Warhammer. But this is just for me to show you. What's cool about these guys is they're a good starter kit for multiple reasons. One, you don't have too much to paint, so it's not super intimidating. But two, and this is important, they just click together. There's no gluing, so you don't have to stress. They have like prongs that like slot into each other so they can click together without having to glue any of the model pieces, which is nice for beginners. But this is the most important part, I think. Comes with paint. And painting is a huge part of this hobby. It's a lot of what you're probably going to be doing if you get into it. So coming with paint without having to buy separate paints and like a separate paintbrush is incredibly convenient. But this is one of my little guys. He's pretty epic or whatever. He's a little flamethrower Marine. They do already have the Ultramarine logo on their shoulder, which I would probably file down and like set up my own thing if I was more confident in doing that, but I'm not. So I'm just going to leave the Ultramarine logo there for now and give them my own color scheme because I can. But yeah, I've got like a little squad of 3 of these guys. I have temporarily attached their base to this cup to make it easier to paint. So very cool. I was thinking about using nail polish too, Sienna. I'm not gonna lie, but I wasn't sure if it would hurt the plastic or not. But yeah, some iridescent nail polish could work really well, I think. But I'm gonna Google around a bit and make sure that it wouldn't like damage the plastic in any way. Called the Ooh Woo chapter. So my current thought, and this is full fan fiction mode because I don't know enough about Warhammer 40k to do this, is to make a chapter just called like, I don't know, the HOLOSTAR chapter, which would be kind of funny, but spell it HOLLOW, like Hollow Star chapter. And maybe they come from like a sector where like their star was destroyed at some point or something, and they're now using like an artificial like light source to keep whatever their home planet is kind of afloat, or maybe even like an internal heat structure inside the planet. But you know, at one point maybe they were a different chapter, but they're like a splinter chapter now that their star has been like completely destroyed. Maybe they've got like a specific Xenos that they dislike because they're the ones responsible for destroying their home world or something. I don't know yet, but it'd be cool. And then I'm gonna paint little stars on their heads. Like little, like, you know, like the color of like my gem on my chest on outfit 1, or like Zephyr's gem, like little stars on the heads. Or I could do sort of that like nice bluish purple color that I have on my belt and on my boots, or purplish blue, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that 100% works as a successor legion in chapter to any legion, really. There you go. Boom. You can assign constellation. Oh, naming champ. Oh, you could name each champion after a constellation or something. That'd be kind of cool. Now, to be fair, that would be a little weird because the constellations would probably be alien in space. So I don't know if you'd be like, I don't think you would have like a Sagittarius or anything running around because, well, maybe you would. I don't know. But I feel like you'd probably like, oh, well, from our home planet, that's like Blagiflarius, and that's our constellation, buddy. If it's Latin, it works. Oh, okay. And then in that case, ad mortem inimicus. That'll be their banger line they sling before they go into combat. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I guess they would still use Earth constellation names because Terra's culturally important. Finarail, thank you for 29 months. Check out Green Stuff World Chameleon paints. I love them for color shift. Oh, color shifting. That's kind of cool. Whoa. Isn't that from For Honor? Well, technically they say it For Honor, but they are speaking Latin. But yes, that is the Lawbringer's quote when he gets you good. Listen, I'm here for the lore of Warhammer. I'm here for the lore. I'm here for the hobby side of it, but I'm also here to game. But I know that gaming is like 5% of it because I'm just not going to get chances to do that very often. I would have to like drive 40 minutes, 45 minutes to get to a place to play the game. And that's doable, but also, you know, still full-time streaming. So, yeah, I used to be a Night Main, Dova Chief. Specifically Lawbringer, Warden, and Conqueror occasionally when I wanted a meme. But mostly Lawbringer and Warden. But I'm here for the painting, I'm here for the lore, and I'm here to immerse myself in the universe, which is why I'm kind of curious about some of the novels. Yeah, I don't mind. I'm excited to enjoy the painting. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to sit down, I'm going to kick on like a podcast or a movie I want to listen to in the background. I'm just going to zone out and just go at it. Like even just yesterday, just putting together these three little guys and spray painting them, I was just chilling. Super relaxed. I almost got to the point where I was like, time to start putting paints together. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Can't do that yet. I thought about what I considered doing was setting it up so that like one was just primed, one had a base coat, and then one had a base coat and some small details. And then I would just like base coat the primed one on stream, set that aside, and then take the base coated one that was already base coated, add a little details, set that aside, take the more detailed one, and then add final details and like edge highlights and stuff, and then show you that. But I didn't have time to get all that done. I was I blinked for like 2 hours before this stream, so I didn't. But that's okay. Because I'm gonna paint a base coat at least today, and if I have time, maybe I'll paint more, and if I don't, maybe I'll paint more later. Don't worry about it. Painting and kit bashing is a hobby in and of itself. I'm so scared to get into kit bashing, but I really want to. Also, it looks like the stream is going to be starting in 7 minutes, so I should probably keep my eye out for that. I don't see the waiting room for the stream. Do you guys see a waiting room for the stream? Oh, you know what? I should probably ask if I'm even like supposed to show this on screen. I think I am supposed to, but you know, just in case. Here, hold on. Let me hide this. Boop. Okay. So you don't see my keyboard. Hey, what the hell? How did that happen? Get out of here. Man, you would. Pop back on. Hi, keyboard. Yeah, well. Now you saw that I have green and not red. I'm sorry, I deceived you. I tricked you guys. My name's Crimzon Rulez and I have a green keyboard. Ugh. Damn it. Or darn it. Boop, I'm back. All right. Look, guys, it's all red. My gloves are red. It's fine. I'm Crimzon Rulez again. Stop. Stop. Listen. It's true. I am red, but I have a green bias. Listen, Crimzon's a title. You don't give yourself titles typically unless you're like some weirdo, right? Unless you're like a guy who rolls around like, you guys got to call me this. People started calling me Crimzon Rulez because I have the big red coat and because I'm often covered in the blood of my enemies. But that's a you know, that's a people thing. A guy can have depth. A guy can have personality. And I like green and red. Oh my God, he's colorblind. Stop! I don't see the live stream yet and I'm getting nervous. I'm gonna go check for it again. Hold on. Am I gonna have a Skulls watch along while painting? I'm just gonna have a Skulls watch along so I can focus entirely on it. I will do painting right after the Skulls watch along. But I will start with just a watch along. It's on the main Warhammer YouTube channel. I'm there right now and I don't see it. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, I see it. Let's go. Oh God, it's loud. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I was on their live tab and I didn't see it there, but now I see it. We're good. I didn't realize it was a premiere. My fault. My fault. Welcome to the Warhammer Skulls Festival of Video Games! Let us know where you're watching from. Elysium, of course. Can we watch it here or... Yeah, you could watch it here. I'll put it up on the screen right behind me. You guys want to see it here? I can show you it here. Actually, I could just put it up behind me now. We can just wait if you want. But with my luck, they're gonna flash me something. They're gonna be like, oh shoot, our bad. We accidentally just streamed Crimzon Rulez's social security number. Actually, it's coming up right now, so it's time. Boop. Nope. We're gonna miss it. I gotta hurry. Hold on. Woo! Right on time, baby. That was close. I don't hear anything. Now I hear something. Let me know how the audio is. I'm gonna kick that up just a bit. Right on time, baby. Here we go. Okay, now we get to start. I think I've already seen this trailer, but I'm down to see it again.
Armageddon,
I like this guy's hair.
the war world. Its soil.
He needs to grow it out just a little bit. He's got to get a little bit of this going on.
And sweat of generations.
Yeah. I like his vibe.
War is all that remains. It rises from the dust and echoes in the sky. A promise. A cacophony of endings.
Hey, honestly, nice shot.
Sanguinius' sons. Angels of death. We belong here.
I kind of like them. I kind of think the Sanguinius faction's really cool. I like their little blood rage thing.
Our veins burn with his wrath. Our twin hearts.
Do I have German subtitles on?
War is all that we know.
Hold on. My bad. You're welcome. Bitte, bitte. Ich spreche das Deutsch nicht so gern.
This world must hold. There can be no retreat. There can be no mercy. There can be no peace. There is only...
Say it. The line. War. We love it here. Okay, we've got 1 minute left until the actual showcase. I'm dying for Darktide news. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Also, hey, this is a big ask, and I don't think it's gonna happen. But if you guys wanted to, I'm just saying, Warhammer, if you want to, if we want to get a Fire Warrior remake. The Orc Boys. Okay, we got little jump jets. No matter how far into the future we get, we can still use big slabs of metal that we sharpen as axes, and that is a viable choice in combat. Overraptor, no! Dude, the details in all of these little models are so good. When I show you these little Space Marine models I did, the little, like, Infernus Marines, you'll see. Ooh, was that a Stormcast Eternal I saw with a hammer? A war hammer? Let's go, dude. Let's go.
Hello, Warhammer fans. I will
Hi!
be the voice of Naira Bayrath in the upcoming Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun 2, and I am so excited to be your host for the 2026.
Oh yeah, Bolt Gun 2. I need to play the first one still.
Not only because we're talking about a whole bunch of games today that I am personally very excited about, but also because this is a birthday celebration. Warhammer Skulls is back for its 10th year. What originally started as a platform sale has grown into the #1 place to see world premieres and exclusive.
I'm gonna turn her up just a little bit.
Video games, and of course,
Yeah.
starting right now, you can enjoy a week-long promotion across a wide.
You've never
range of
seen
Warhammer
Bolt
video
Gun?
games.
You would like Bolt Gun. If you like, I would call it a
sit back,
boomer
get
shooter
comfortable,
slash
and get ready
positive.
to immerse yourself in the latest and greatest from Warhammer Video Games.
It's very
starting with
cool.
amazing
The art
games
style is
out there.
nice.
Let's jump in.
Okay. Is this Dark Heresy too?
God Emperor,
Or
I beseech thee,
this is the one where you have the crew companion, right?
lead us to the final reckoning.
Either way, I'm
And
excited.
exact our worth through thy trials.
But also, give me a
God
towel.
Emperor, I beseech thee.
Really,
flame
Skolas?
our
That's
souls
crazy.
To burn away the taint of doubt.
I always
We
mistake
offer up
Dark
all
Heresy as
that
a
we
sequel
are.
for Rogue Trader. I know it's
All
not.
that we
But
do,
in my brain, I'm like, wait a minute.
and all that we endure. Challenge thy faithful.
I want to play
go
Rogue Trader,
beyond
but I
our
need time,
limits
dude. I need
pursuit
time.
Of thy will. Impel us through the inferno that cleanses and shapes us.
Did he just try to knife that? I love that.
Fought against all that is foul and vile to humanity. Let us not rest in false pretense of righteousness. For duty ends only in death.
Oh.
He will smite humanity's foes in exaltation of thee. Seeking ever elusive redemption. For innocence.
That's some powerful psyker magic.
proves nothing.
I mean, that's a cool looking crew, to be fair. That's a really cool looking crew. Woo! Gray logo work, okay. I mean, he's really cool, to be fair. He's really cool. I see they like that companion.
What makes an artifact worthy of my collection? It must be exceptional. A weapon that has seen the rise and fall of civilizations. A warrior who has rallied a world. A soul that has endured hardship beyond imagining. Each exhibit a nexus moment of history. You think yourself significant. Arrogance. And misplaced arrogance has ever been a trait of your pitiful species. Still, there may be a place for a being of such lowly origins, if it proves exceptional.
Rogue Trader, the Infinite Museum. Museon. Oh, my bad. Huh. I haven't even played through the regular Rogue Trader yet. Wait for me. Stop. You're moving too fast. Oh. Whoa. Woo. Okay, that Dark Angel does look pretty cool. I was gonna say, is there a point to having like a cool hood and tabard over your power armor? And the point is, it looks really cool. It's called fashion. Look it up. Oh, the boys. Alright, well, boys. This looks pretty good.
Listen up, you geeks. Speed Freaks is out now on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S. with crossplay to race against kids on any platform. So now's the time to get stuck in, lads. Not only that, but the game now has a proper level editor and workshop too. For the big boys and gits who like a good custom race. There's plenty of custom maps already in the workshop for you to play. Just look at these beauties. The things that can happen playing custom maps with other gits in multiplayer is some proper orky madness. The Grots and Mech Boys have also been busy making dubbings for the wagons, with plenty of snazzy bits to make a custom vehicle. And let's not forget the pit bosses. They also need snazzy gear to use. Looters and burner boys looking sharper than me chopper daisies. In Speed Freaks, yous can race all kinds of speedy and shooty wagons, like the Boomducker Snaz Wagon, truck full of boys, and the Zoom full of boys. Some of these wagons is proper fast and cunning too. Just look at the Megatrack Scrapjack taking to the air. But any of them sneaky. The blaster blasting gits from above. And many wagons can use their dash, which makes them speedy in any direction. And then the bigger wagons can get grots to repair them, and some can even smash real heavy. The speediest, shootiest and smashiest gits will win in Death Rally. 2 mobs of the greenest orcs race to capture points and battle it out. The mob that finishes with the biggest score wins all the glory. Then there's the real fight, with big stompers getting into battle, racing each other to the end of the map. This is Kill Convoy. Each mob has to protect their stomper while trying to bomb the enemy's one at the same time. Gits can get both cunning and brutal in this mode, so watch yourself. And there
Wait, this looks so cool.
Speed Freaks is the orkiest game whatever was. All you need now is a proper war!
That's what I'm saying, Richard. I'm like, what? How have I not heard of that yet? What? That looks fun as heck. Huh? Oh, I see. I think I know what this is. Now I understand Orcs players. Now you get it, right? Ow, by the way. Ooh, deathcore. Crescent Razor Moon, it's time for your shocking comeback. Let's go! Oh, not the chainsword. That's evil, brother. Okay. No shovel. Sorry, you're gonna stick to Dark Tide for that one if you want the trench shovel. Ooh. Fun fact, I've never played a Dawn of War game, but I've always heard great things about them. Dun 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 dun. Huh? Oh. Wazdaka. Oh, good heavens, that was loud. Let me audio balance you just a little bit there, champ. Good heavens. Louder! Louder! No. All right, now I'm gonna bump it back up, maybe?
Hello, my name's Andy Hall. I'm the writer on The Art of Warhammer Video Games.
Hello!
It's for art lovers, Warhammer enthusiasts, people that kind of want to know how is a video game developed. There's this whole industry in game studios that are producing, you know, masses of concept art, and that doesn't always get published. There are a lot of art that never kind of gets to see the light of day.
Oh, ooh, wait a minute.
Some of the games we cover are like nearly 30 years old. So we get to open the door and find
wait, that's cool.
Which may have been sat in a dusty drawer for decades.
I've got so many good little concept art books laying around. That's so cool. Old world. Necrons, what do you want?
Has ended. New life has arisen, and it has infested our world.
Negus Faustinus, we have called you to our world.
Oh, these little fellows.
Known as Necrons.
I have seen how they fight. With the Omnissiah's grace, I can predict their tactics. Our legions are responding to the protocols of awakening. They gather ready to march.
I like the little Skitarii guys.
I am accompanied by a retinue.
Target acquired. Execution doctrines in effect.
All specialists, negate, disassemble, destroy. All worthy of my trust.
This conflict is opportunity. Such base and benighted creatures.
Purge the faithless!
They see in us the face of death. Let us become death.
Yo!
And scour them from this place.
Oh, I didn't know there was a Necron unit with a big old tower shield. That's cool. Wait a minute.
You find yourself in a complex situation, kin of the Votan.
Oh!
I will not permit any foe to scurry in Kivroth's shadows.
Whoa, hold on. Whoa. They dropping the Leagues of Votan in here?
It is a mercy they do not understand the hopelessness of their fight. It is the only mercy.
That's cool.
By the ancients of Mars, by the machine god and the motive force, no logic shall permit the survival of the foe.
By all means, Faustinius, try to destroy me. Here, my history begins a new chapter, and yours.
The Necron has, they're like, areas have so much style, it's insane. I feel like Necrons versus Mechanicus, though, is just a matter of, like, a couple generations removed from each other. I'm not gonna lie. How can the Mechanicus not just be jealous of them and be like, that's what I want to be? Dang.
I know this face from the nightmares of the Great Sleep.
I know your face. Was that a little chaos teaser as well? I know your face, old man. The Necrons actually have aura maxing algorithms built in. It's the only thing holding them back. It's the only thing that makes them defeatable is they have to, like, they're still a little too arrogant.
space over the last few years, and this year I'm super excited about being involved in one of their games, and you'll be able to play it sooner than you think.
Ooh, is this Bolt Gun 2? So now you guys can see the art style for Bolt Gun if that's what this is. I hope that's what this is, because it looks really good. Yeah, I think that's what we got. Wait, what? Oh, hey, it's one of those, Oh. Yeah, that guy's not making it out of this fight, but that's cool. Oh! Arbites. There's an Arbites in Darktide now. I haven't got a chance to try them out yet, but I want to. Wait, they got Stormcast Eternals in there? I thought that was 40K. What? Yeah, that's been, yeah, Warhammer Survivors gamers. This kind of goes nutty. All right, now give me a towel. I saw a Slayer. Boom. Play the demo on Steam. Get it. Made by the devs of Vampire Survivor. Perfect. Perfect.
Peggy 18.
Here you go. This is Bolt Gun. And it is so tongue-in-cheek, and I love it. Oh, wait a minute. She's got a power slide? Now, hold on.
The Emperor demands their death.
Death is the reward for heresy!
Beg your gods for mercy, for I have none. Let's go. This looks so good. Oh, dang. They got all of Chaos's greatest hits in here. We repping every Chaos god. Bolt Gun 2. I believe it's called Warhammer Survivors, CQ. That genuinely looks so good. Oh, okay. Purge. The Sororitas have crossbows? What? I guess I never realized that.
As you know, Bolt Gun 2 is doubling up the firepower this time around with a new playable character, Naira Veyrath. I had the absolute honor of voicing this incredibly cool battle sister of the Adeptus Sororitas who joins the battle as a returning character, the epic Malum Kaido. I have done a fair bit of voice acting over the last 7 or so years, but getting to play Naira is especially surreal for me. I've been reading Warhammer books since I was about 13, and I just never imagined that I would get to have any part in this universe, so she's just extra special.
That is very cool. That sounds really cool.
You can actually go meet her
Get me in there. Get Crimzon Rulez in there. Let me voice act Chaos Deep. No,
go check it out, but after you finish watching Skulls, obviously, since we're basically just getting started.
Oh, baby. What's next? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Blood and intense gore? Prove it.
Kneel to me or die, for the Warmaster!
Show no mercy. The Emperor demands your death.
As a Skaven, I could make it work. Oh, what was that cool spider mech? What? What was that? Oh, beans, I think it's chaos. No! Battle sector. The Venom Crawler. Oh. Man, those Tyranids are so cool. Ugh. It's chaos, baby. I'm the chaos, baby. Oh, my fingers. I had to crack all of that. What? Shadow of the Horned Rat. Final Liberation. Chaos Gate. Dark Omen. That's a lot. Wait, oh!
Their legends were written
Hold on, what's this?
across worlds and ages. Today, we celebrate them.
Space Hulk. Fire Warrior, there it is.
Timeless video games return.
Okay.
Warhammer Classics, available now on Steam.
Okay, cool. That's really awesome. I know how hard it can be to like get old games working on new PCs, so that's kind of big news for anybody who wants to play like classic games or older games, really. I think it's just compiled on Steam and possibly GOG, Gibby. World premiere, huh? What do we got? Hellpods primed. Oh!
Hello,
now wait a minute. I'm interested. Wait a minute. This is a natural crossover. This absolutely makes sense.
Between Helldivers 2 and Warhammer 40,000 for an upcoming legendary warbond. For those of you who haven't enlisted yet, Helldivers 2 is a high-octane 4
peanut butter and chocolate.
This is Helldiver for democracy and the glory of Super Earth. Your mission: to liberate the galaxy from evil, oppressive aliens.
I'm still on the bug side in Helldivers. Sorry, guys.
At Arrowhead, we believe these two worlds fit perfectly together.
They do fit perfectly together.
Die-hard Warhammer fans, we are beyond thrilled to see this legendary warbond come to life. We look forward to revealing more later this year. And until then, we'll see you.
No! Reveal it now! Let me know now! You hate me, but fine. Okay.
How cool is that? Warhammer 40,000 pairing with Helldivers 2 is just such a perfect collaboration, but...
It is. You're right.
Next up, we have news from the planet Kronos and an update from the team at Creative Assembly, who are also celebrating their very own 10th anniversary this year for Total War Warhammer.
Okay. That's a little loud. I'm gonna turn you down a bit.
Of the far future, there is only war. And on the distant
That's not true. There's also
it reignites once more.
Cool paint for my car that makes it go faster.
Ages past, harboring relics of power long forgotten.
Okay.
4 armies, 1 war. The Space Marines.
They're really going at it on the Mechanicus this year.
The Orcs, the Necrons. Duty, knowledge, brutality, annihilation. The next chapter begins September the 17th.
Okay.
But on Kronos, war does not end with a single campaign.
Okay.
Over time, the conflict deepens, beginning this fall with Crusade mode, a living campaign of conquest where every decision matters, every victory reshapes the battlefield, and every loss echoes across the wall. Build your army, dominate the map, command leaders and armies. On Cronus, the war never ends.
I am interested.
Then crusade and last stand grow deadlier with the addition of Lord Armnock and Guzzcutter.
Guzzcutter.
Play and share your own battles with the mission editor. Return to Aurelia, homeworld of the Blood Ravens, where ancient relics ignite deadly new conflicts. And finally, the war is reborn. A new
and a new faction.
A new force rises. One planet, endless war. Cronus remembers only victory.
Tell me what the new faction is, tell me. They're not gonna tell me. But I wanna know. Oh, it's guardsmen. Okay, I'm down. I like guardsmen. Oh. What? Leg? Well, I shouldn't say that. Hold on. Let me... What? What am I looking at? Wait a minute. I shouldn't say that because I don't want to call it out and be wrong. This is cute, though. I like this. What is this? Oh, you choose. Oh, that totally makes sense. Okay, I was like, now the style looks a little... Okay, got it, got it. Cool. Dude. Huh? Wait a minute. I'm in a secret lab chair right now. That's kind of weird. That's a weird coincidence. Green. Green. A purity seal to keep your virginal purity in your gamer chair. Sorry. Perfect. Exactly what I needed as a VTuber. Finally, I'm safe. No throne of the Emperor. You can't sit on the throne of the Emperor. You're not worthy. What do you mean, no throne of the Emperor? Oh, it's cutting. Whoa. I appreciate the Dark Angels color scheme. I do not know much about their faction at all. In my head, I think I always kind of conflated them with the Blood Angels. The dark green one, Wilhelm. The dark green one. They're based on the Knights of the Round Table? Really? Oh, maybe I should look into them even more. I'm a fan of old-timey knights. They got a green knight? Well, they're not the space knights. You're thinking of the gray knights. Those are the space knights.
This is my only chance to atone.
Then be sure you don't waste it.
Okay, power sword.
To this new series of Crimzon Tesseract trials.
Oh.
Oh no! Oh.
We wanted to make this a momentous occasion.
It's one of my personal favorites we've done. It's got detail everywhere. It's just awesome.
I want to learn to paint terrain so bad. I want to make terrain.
3 brushes. Excellent. That's the only brush.
That yellow and black sort of hornet color scheme is really cool for them. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was a cool color scheme. I need more Tyranids inspired by like real-world bugs and their color palettes and stuff.
I, Bashiva the White Tiger, swear the oath anew. The Tiger Court stands within Grand Cathay, sworn ally to the Iron Dragon of the Western Provinces. In exchange, Cathay's enemies become
Okay, so we're seeing some Total Warhammer 3 stuff. That's very cool. That's very exciting.
mortal and ruinous.
I still got to finish my Lizardmen campaign.
And honor, we earn the dragon's favor, leading Shangyang's armies into greatness.
Okay.
We defend Grand Cathay. By Kamau's grace, this oath I swear. At the dragon's roar, the Tiger Warriors pounce.
Cool. Very cool. Hey, Goldie, welcome in. Thank you for popping by. Today I'm watching the Warhammer Skulls Showcase for all their new news on lots of their games and stuff. And then later on, I'm going to be playing Darktide with you and Octavio. Big shout out to Warhammer for sponsoring the stream, by the way. Speaking of Darktide, maybe? Maybe? How'd the stream go, gamers?
There will be no retreat. This world belongs to humanity. We will drive the invaders back. And this...
Oh, never mind. This is orcs. Okay, never mind. This is different. This is different. Sorry. Oh, Armageddon. Okay. Yeah, you heard me, Nitro Rugrat. You heard me. Yeah, I may or may not have gotten Darktide perms. Ding. Yeah, you heard it here first. Total War Warhammer 40K. So, what are the factions in Total War Warhammer 40K? I don't remember what the factions are that they're dropping at launch. Miracles do happen. It's true, they do. Thank you, Warhammer. Thank you. No one knows for sure. Aw, man. Maybe they've got me on the Tau. Maybe it's finally time. If they have Tau and Tyranids on drop, that's a day one. That's day one, no problem. That's early. Let me get in on the early access. Let me play before everybody else.
Now, as always, we have saved some of the best for last. Space
Okay.
Marine 2 gets a big update. Something is stirring in Darktide, and an old favorite gets a sequel. And something else is sneaking around.
An old favorite gets a sequel. All right, let me know about the Space Marine 2 update. I want to know. And also Darktide update, please.
Contact with a Mechanicus facility in the Kadaku swamps. Punch the Xenos and
Okay.
reclaim the facility.
New submissions, I think, right?
Seek out the remaining eyes.
Okay, cool. You get to play your custom Marines. I'm all about that.
Let us visit death upon our enemy.
Oh. Okay, we got the power axe. Ah?
Brothers, we put an end to this together.
Oh.
War machines of the Emperor.
Iron Hands.
Efficient, deadly, and unyielding.
Ooh.
Steel yourselves, brothers.
What is it to be a Space Marine?
I'm not even that big of an Iron Hands guy, but that's really cool.
Keep fighting, brothers. Do not lose focus.
That's all right. Listen, that's pretty cool. They have iron hands. They do. They have iron hands and little claw grabbers. What?
A world besieged by an alien threat.
VR?
The
Listen, I'm in.
Space Marines, and bring glory.
Okay, I'm curious. All right, yeah, okay. Sure. I love VR games, so I'm down. Yeah, Fat Shark, here we go. What do you got for me? What are you buying, stranger? I think I have a guess. I think I have a guess what this might be. They've been very Mechanicus pilled lately, so we're gonna see. Okay. Yeah, I think I know what we're seeing. I like the servo skull like minion. That's really cool. All right, I will admit, the Skitarii are like the coolest unit for the Mechanicus, so I'm super down for that. They're really cool. They're really cool.
If I would have to describe the Skitarii class in one word, I would probably say cryptic.
The class that I've been wanting to make for years.
Gonna audio balance this up a bit.
Fantasy pleasing.
The hype is real.
Hi, my name is Victor Magnusson. I'm the design director for Darktide. So the inspiration for bringing Skitarii to Darktide was actually, it was one of the first classes we ever imagined, or it was part of the sort of initial ideas when we started talking.
I get the feeling this might be a class I end up maining. I'm still so far very much like regular old Imperial Guardsman, usually with like a lot of team support skills.
Gunnar Kolnitz,
but
and I am the lead class designer on the Skitarii. I am responsible for the talent tree and the abilities, as well as overarching vision. The Skitarii plays multiple roles, or can play a variety of roles in the gameplay experience. We've tried to make it able to fit any composition. So, well, because of the sort of the lore, they are being built towards a certain purpose. We want the players to be able to build their characters towards certain purposes as well, and these purposes could fit any role, basically.
My name is Matte Rusk, and I'm art director here on Darktide. Staying true to the visual identity of 40K has always been cornerstone.
Big clap.
Darktide's visual development. I don't see that as a big change from going from class to class, or from when we did the main game. But I don't think the stakes has been higher than this time around.
Okay.
Dealing with a very important part of the lore right now, and we have tried our best
to
stay as true as possible.
You guys are doing great. Don't worry about it.
What the Skitarii is.
I'm Juan Martinez.
He's a little freak. He's a little freak that loves body modding. That's all you need to know.
What I'm most excited about players getting their hands on Skitarii is that they get to experience the Adeptus Mechanicus, and specifically the Skitarii.
Crowbar, that must be Hive Scum.
That players have never seen before. Darktide really brings it down into their grimy world.
I love Hive Scum. They're so funny. I'm gonna beat up this Chaos Invasion with whatever's laying around my house. I'm excited to see what they bring to the game, honestly. I have not played much Hive Scum at all, but I want to play more of it. I like their little dual screwdriver knives. Dude, the music in Darktide goes so insanely hard. Once like you start getting overrun, oh, it sounds so good. I'm excited to play that. I'm so excited to play that later. Whoa, all right, chill.
Escapes cage. Really kill slays. Really ascends.
Kill slays.
Cage. Really kill slays. Really ascends. Really escapes cage. Really kill slays. Really ascends. Really escapes cage. Really kills slays. Really ascends. Really escapes cage.
Okay.
Really kills slays. Really ascends. Really escapes cage. Really kills slays. Really ascends. Really.
Are you okay, buddy?
Riddick will be Death Master.
Death Master. Oh. Oh, Age of Sigmar, huh? All right, man, you got him. You're good. Huh. Cool. I'm interested. I'm curious.
Peggy 18.
Oh, that's loud. I gotta turn this down quick. That was the wisest thing I've ever done. Gene Stealers.
And teeth. The alien threatens our worlds, our lives, our imperium.
Yeah, let's go, Tal. Sorry. Hey, Gene Stealer cult. Okay.
We make our stand, and with hatred, we make our vow.
No, my jeans! I need those. I wear those. Uh-oh. Dreadnought. Ah, okay. Pew pew.
For the enemies of the Imperium, there is only death. They scatter before the fury of the Death Watch.
Whoa, that Dreadnought charging through all that cover was very cool. Cool.
What a showcase and what a finish. I am so stoked to have been
Oh!
not only celebrating 10 years, but also considering
Dang.
this incredible lineup of new reveals. I've got so many games to wishlist and a Balkan 2 demo.
Same.
Don't forget about the week-long sales. It is a good time to be a Warhammer video game fan. Of course, you can learn more about any of the games featured in
I've got so many games to wishlist now.
by visiting warhammer-community.com/.
I've got so many games to wishlist
Head on over to your game
now.
platform of choice to take advantage of the awesome promotions running this week on all your favorite Warhammer video games. Thanks so much for watching.
And that's it. That was the Warhammer Skulls 10th anniversary showcase. Whoops.
Psalms about this day.
They might, yeah. Up to 90% off on some of their games. Not bad at all. Boop. All right. Well, wow. That was a lot of new news and a lot of cool things I can look forward to and a lot of hopium I can participate in. And I've got a lot of hopium in my heart right now. I've got a lot of hopium in my heart right now. Dang. Well, now I'm excited. I want it now. I'm super excited about Total Warhammer 40K. I want that. I want that bad. I want to see what it is. I want to see what they're dropping with. I think typically, like in the past at least, for Total War Warhammer, the first one, I think they dropped with 4 factions. And that means Tau's pretty unlikely, but it'd be really cool if they wanted to or whatever. I'm super excited about the Darktide update with the Skitarii. I want to try that really badly. There's a couple new games I saw in there that I'm interested in. I'm definitely kind of curious about. I've never played Bolt Gun, the first one, but I want to play Bolt Gun, the first one, and I definitely want to play the second one as well. Might get elves. Yeah, I feel like we're often going to get the Eldar before we ever get Tau, which understandable, I guess. They kind of hit sort of similar notes, so I get why, but... It's Marines, Orcs, Guards, and I think Eldar. Ah! Okay, fine. That's okay. That's all right. It's actually a lot of things on sale right now. I think most Warhammer games are on sale on Steam and other platforms, up to 90% off on some of them, so go check those out when you get a chance. Yeah, Eldar are cool. I like Eldar all right, but they're goofy little helmets. They've bothered me since Fantasy. Like, they're conical helmets that they have. They're really tall helmets. So I played Wood Elves instead of High Elves. A horror game where you play as a guardsman would be cool, but it'd be even cooler if they had a horror game where you just play as a civilian on like a hive world or something. Oh my god, trying to get like a horror game where the main goal is to get off a hive world that is being invaded by either Tyranids or Chaos or honestly anything, but definitely those would be the two most horrible ones. I think from like a fear perspective would be really awesome. Even Necrons could be kind of terrifying. Trying to get off a hive world with how like cramped and dense those are and like how like naturally dark and dusty and kind of like claustrophobic those places can be would be so cool. I could definitely see like a sort of you know, like maybe not classic horror game, but in the vein of like newer horror games that have been coming out lately, you know, the really atmospheric like conserve your ammunition, like be careful about like where you're going type horror games where it's like hard to fight back type of deal where you often cannot fight back. I think that would, like, the setting is ripe for something like that. That would be really cool. Yeah, Dark Heresy looks really cool. After you escape the twisted thing is that you're a Gene Stealer cultist would be crazy. That would be awesome. Actually, Gene Stealer cults would be such a good turn. If, like, one ally you had who was, like, an NPC who was helping guide you or get you out, like, ended up being a Gene Stealer, would be awesome. That'd be really cool. A Doom type game, but you play as Custodes win. I mean, bolt gun. Not exactly, but I mean, it's right there. My jeans, though. Yeah, I don't know why they keep trying to come and get my jeans. I need them, dude. My denim, it's high quality denim. I can't afford to keep replacing those. Please stop stealing my jeans. What's your guys' problem? I'm really excited about Dark Heresy. Now, I gotta play through Road Trader first, because I do think that's probably more up my alley, playing like sort of a outside the Imperium, you know, free agent. Seems really cool, like a freebooter style. That seems really fun. But I gotta find time to play it first. Not my jeans, please! Please! I need those! Hold on, I'm moving some stuff around. Oh man, I got Arcturus hairs all over my paintboard. No! I just wet wiped this desk. Curse you, cats! Curse you! Spice food! All right. One second. Trying to get out my paints and stuff and get my stuff set up for hand cam time. Okay. I'm busting out the paints. One sec. I got a bunch of paints to bust out. Give me just a second. I guess I could like hand cam it while I do this, assuming that's still functioning correctly. Boop. Yeah. Okay, I also went through the trouble of what I did was I also, I primed these two just so I could see what my paint looks like. These are just like little paint like canisters or whatever. Like you can get them cheap anywhere. But what I did was instead of like leaving it this plastic color, I primed this side so that it'll be representative of what it's going to look like on my minis. So yeah. I'm curious about the VR. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I kind of want to see some gameplay and see what it's like, see what it's about. I think a VR horror game in 40K would also go insanely hard. Also, I mean, honestly, in fantasy as well. Maybe, I don't know about Age of Sigmar because it feels super like high fantasy, super heroic type stuff. So I don't know how like VR would feel in that. I mean, it might still be really banger. I don't know. But I feel like a VR horror game in Old World or in 40K would go incredibly hard. The angle is trippy. I can't. Sorry. You guys are like up here, so you're a little angled. But it's because I need a top-down shot. If I try to do it sidelong, you're going to be seeing a bunch of random garbage in the background. The horror Warhammer game as VR would be insane. Wouldn't that be insane, though? Wouldn't that be so scary? You guys are literally clinging to the top of my monitor. Ah. Tasty. Welcome to Warp VR. All right, so here's the deal. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking I want to do. No flipping in OBS. You guys are flipped. Listen, you're technically flipped right now. I've rotated this 180 degrees because otherwise I would be popping in from the top, and you don't want that. You do not want that. I guess I'm not doing the showcase anymore, so I could probably just hop over to like my hand cam scene. Ta-da! Ta-da! Make that a little easier for you. It's just angled, so it's trippy. But if I tried to like flip it, it wouldn't look any better, trust me. You'd be just as confused, maybe more so. Get rotated, get rotated, get rotated. I rotated you so that my hands weren't coming in from the top of the screen because I felt like that might be a little jarring for you. You know what I mean? I felt like that might be a little weird. But this way, what I could do is I can like show you as I'm painting, which is nice. So what I'm thinking, I've actually got a couple screenshots. I redid a little bit of my armor in Space Marine 2, and I've got a couple screenshots that I'm going to loosely base this off of, I think. I just got to make sure I have the right kind of paints because I grabbed my paints in a vacuum without really thinking about it. So I know what most people do, right? And like, bear with me, I'm not a painter by any means. I'm learning as I go. And I haven't painted any minis since I was a kid. And I guarantee if I were to be able to find my old Lizardmen, they would be terrible. They would be terrible. I'm pretty sure I went with like a black and red color scheme on my Lizardmen, where like almost any scaled thing, like their shields and stuff, and some of the ridges on their back were red. And then the rest of their like flesh was just like almost onyx black. And it probably just looked like I didn't paint them for the most part. Anyway, so what I'm thinking for these guys, let me get my other paints out real quick. So this is the paints they sent me in the Space Marine, the Infernus Marine pack, which is a good amount of paint. They sent me 6, which is cool. I'm definitely going to use this nice bronzy brass. And honestly, I'm kind of debating if I want to do that in place of gold. Originally, I was going to do gold trim on the shoulder pads and maybe on like the skull wings on the chest. But I'm kind of debating if I just want to do like the nice brassy color, because I like that brassy color a lot. Do I have water to thin my paints with? Yep. Sure do. So I might do this nice brassy color they sent. I kind of really like that color more than I might like gold. But they did also send me gold. They sent me this dust color, which is cool. Here, hold on. Let me kick on my other light. Oh, God! Sorry. My bad. Uh-oh. I messed something up. Uh-oh. 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 I lost my YouTube chat. Where'd it go? God, I cooked my eyeballs on that one. I might need to turn this down even more. That might be better. Yeah. Brass and highlight edge with gold for good effect. Oh, that could be cool, Taro. That's a good idea. I like that. Thanks for the soup. Yeah, I don't know where you guys went. I could see you on the one thing, but I don't see you on my other thing, and that's kind of annoying. I could fix this. Hold up. I got an idea. 1 second. I got an idea. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I can fix this. 1 second. Okay, 1 second. So, I fixed it. I fixed it. Yippee! Now, is that too bright? Is that like, it's kind of blinding to a degree, huh? Let me see if I can turn this down just a little bit more. Maybe if I just move it up a bit. Hold on, I'm trying to find a happy medium here. It's a little bright. Maybe if I tilt this a bit. 1 sec. You know what? Maybe I just leave it for now. It's fine. Anyway, what other paints did I get in this pack? Let's see. By the way, thanks Warhammer for sending me this little pack. They've been really really cool to me. I almost said a curse word. They've been really cool to me. They sent me this as well, which is very nice of them. Oh, okay. Cool. So I didn't actually remember to grab any wash. I think this is the wash I've heard about that I like a lot. So this is I've seen this one. I watched like 2 tutorial videos on painting just to kind of like prime myself and get ready for what I needed to do. And the one I saw that I really liked was the Agrax Earthshade, and I think that's what this is. I think this is a wash for like over the top, and I really like the washes and the effect they have. So I'm super excited they have this one. Did they expect you not to swear? They didn't say anything about it. I just kind of assume that is the case typically when I'm doing sponsor stuff, because I expect people to be expect me to be professional, but they probably don't care. And I'm not very good at being professional. Sorry, Warhammer. But I am very excited about Warhammer, so that hopefully that's enough. Thanks. Nice gloves. Thanks, Toma. Okay, we got Corax White. That's nice. That's not bad. I like that. It's a little cool tone for me. I like the bone white, but that's still cool. Ooh, McCrag Blue. This is great because this is actually the exact color I used in Space Marine for the little star on my helmet. Abaddon Black. I wonder how dark that is. That seems pretty dark, honestly. That seems pretty dark, which is cool. But I also took the liberty of grabbing these, which I'm excited about. And the paint colors in this set are Retribution Armor, which is more of like a nice gold. Overland Sunset, which is like a nice sort of yellow, like a slightly orange tinted yellow, but still very yellow. Got Wog Flesh in here, Rakarth Flesh, which is a nice sort of gray white that I like a lot. Corax White, more Abaddon Black, an Astro Granite, which is a nice gray. More Agrax Earthshade, let's go. Bugman's Glow? It's like a brown orange, it's pretty cool. Corn Red, Cantor Blue, and Lead Belcher. Cool. Oh, cool. And then I also grabbed a bunch of individual paints that I just like. So I've got things like, for example, this nice brown here is very good. I like this a lot. It's like a sort of grayish brown. I like that one. I don't know where I'm going to use it or if I'm going to use it on these guys or not. I've got this nice Death Guard green. It's got sort of a sickly feel to it that I enjoy. And then I got this nice green highlight if I wanted to do anything like super, like, I don't know, like green glowy that I could use for like edges of like the rims of armor and stuff. I'm going to be very gentle and careful with this one if I do use it. But I might not use it for these guys because I just don't see any green showing up on this design, if I'm being so for real with you. What I need to do is I need to bust out the red from this pack because I need this corn red for my shoulder pads. Where did I open this box from? Oh, okay. What's up, Yiga? Rambutan. All right, so crack this one open. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it comes with its own paintbrush. Okay. Come on, get out of there. Yeah. I've got 2 paintbrushes. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. That's great. Actually, I love that. So I'm gonna set this paint set over here slightly to the side. Oops, I tilted my whole thing. Haha, my bad. They sent me a little paintbrush, and then they also sent me a paintbrush in the starter kit, which, again, I would say if you're going to get into Warhammer, a great place to start would be this starter kit. Even if you don't really, like, fancy, you know, if you're not, like, an Infernus Marine guy or you're not a Space Marine guy, I totally get that, like, right? But I do think it is great to have a set of models that comes with a lot of, like, 6 different paints to start with, which is already great, plus a paintbrush, plus just a couple guys that, like, if you're not invested in them, you don't have to worry as much about messing them up, so you can really get your practice in, which is what I'm trying to think about here. I'm trying not to panic and be a perfectionist, just be like, okay, like, I'm not incredibly invested in this, but I want to do well, so it is a good practice way before I get going on my little bugs. What army is being painted? Nixia, it's not a full army. I'm just painting these Infernus Marines, which Warhammer was kind enough to send me, and I've already primed them, and I built them yesterday. So I'm just gonna paint them with the color scheme from Space Marine 2 for my custom guide. You guys want to see that, by the way? I could send you that. Hold on. I'll show you what I got. I've got a couple more custom colors as well here that I might end up using. Like, I may use this, like, nice purple from, it's called Nagroth Knight. And then I've also got this nice contrast color, which I might use for highlights, which is Majos Purple. I might use this for, like, shadowed highlights or something. I don't know yet. And then I've got one more wash. So this one's, I don't know how to say this. It might be Soelia or Coelia, but it's a green shade. It's like a nice sort of like bluish green wash, which I might end up using depending in certain places where I want cool tones. So I might use it on like certain like parts that are all black and stuff. Oh, I also picked up this Mantis Warriors green, which is for the very little known Space Marine Mantis Warriors faction. Mantis Warriors mention. Yeah. All right, let me see if I can find the image of what I'm going to be kind of going with here to show you what I'm talking about as far as what design I'm going with. Hold on. Okay, so this is based heavily on my first outfit. So if you don't know what it is, don't stress about it. Or if you don't understand the color scheme, don't stress about it. But I like it personally. I think it makes some compelling Space Marine style armor. Hold on with your tiny little arms. All right. So this is what I'm going to be using as my baseline. That's my Space Marine 2 armor set. Right now I'm loosely calling them the Hollow Stars as a chapter, as in like a chapter of Space Marines whose main star and their system that they were living in got destroyed by something. I don't know what yet. I want them to have a rivalry with a different Xenos faction, so I don't know what. But their star got destroyed in their home like system, and maybe they're still keeping their planet running through like some sort of internal power system, or maybe they're heating it from the core or something, or possibly they just live on their like chapter ship and they just travel around the stars. But the idea is that they have that little blue star insignia on their helmets at all times, which I know is technically from something else. It's from a something like a not abrasive, something. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's a different type. It's a different chapter altogether. Their symbol is like a skull with a star on the front, which I don't want to cop. I don't want to steal that. But anyway, I think that idea seems pretty cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to obviously do like red shoulder pads. I'll probably do gold or brass trim for the lining on the shoulder pads and the symbols on their chest. I'm going to do one brown leg, which is actually kind of in place of my little leather strap that's on my leg, my little leg guard or whatever on my first outfit. And then, you know, black for my pants. I considered making their boots red, though. You can't do that in Space Marine 2. You can't separate the boots from the kneecaps. But on these guys, I might make their boots red for another splash of color near the bottom. But I kind of like them being like all black on the way down until they hit that splash of brown for some contrast, because it really draws your eyes up to their shoulders, their arms, and their like white head, which I think is kind of cool. Anyway, that's the vague lore right now. Obviously, it's very much from the perspective of someone who doesn't know enough about Warhammer 40k lore to write something interesting or clever, but that's what I got. Okay, so that's my vague color scheme I'm going to be running with. Don't worry, the lore changes every time. Oh, well, there you go. So now my question to myself is, how do I want to do this, right? Because like obviously I should get my top coat down probably for like the shoulders and the arms and the backpacks for the red, and then I should get a top coat down for the white on the helmets. And now the question is, for the white, do I want to do something like Corax white, or would I be more interested in like a nice softer like Wraithbone? Wraithbone has a more natural color to it, which I like, and I could always use the Corax for highlights. Because I feel like I'm not going to be able to highlight well if I use Corax as the baseline, where Wraithbone has like an off-white to it, which I think looks more like what real white tends to look like in life anyway, because things are rarely like ice white. I missed it. Was there a fighting style? Yeah, they like their power axes probably. Maybe they were from like a really forested planet, you know what I mean? And that's why they have like the brown like color patch on their leg to remember their woodland homes. They did a lot of logging or something. Maybe they were like shipping a lot of wood around the Imperium. Can I combine these two colors? Yeah, you can always combine. Metallics first is easier to clean up as opposed to normal colors first, and also not as stressful. Ask me how I know. How do you know that, Handicrafts? Hey, what's up, Mikuki? Use Wraithbone as the base to build up the Corax White. Okay, so we do this as a base. Okay, I agree. I think that seems like the logical move to me. I think we're going to use this for the helmet, and then I'll come back to the Corax White as either a highlight or something to mix in. I'm going to use... I guess I could use Abaddon Black. That might be too dark. I was going to do this for like the chest plates and the legs, but I'm afraid that might be too much. I don't know. Now, I have a decision to make. Do I want to use Balthazar Gold, which is like a nice brassy gold color? Or do I want to just go traditional and do like a more actual gold with like Armageddon dust on the like shoulder lining, like the actual trim of the skull on the chest plate and the lining? I think I like this brassy color. It's got a nice shine to it too that I really enjoy. Let me see what else I have over here. I've also got one sec. Oh wait, hold on. Let me look at my other pack. I've also got this. Come here you. I've got this Averland Sunset. I feel like it's a little too matte, like it doesn't have enough shine to it, and it's a little bit orangey for my taste, so I think that might contrast and look like mustard and ketchup on the shoulders if I'm not careful. So I'm a little nervous about this one. I don't know how I feel about that. I think the regular gold might stick out too much too. This is the red I'm going to be using because it's the only red I have on hand, so it is what I will use. Hold on. Oh man, that's like really wedged in that plastic tray. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to be using corn red, which is kind of more of a pink red, but it'll be fine. It's got like a little bit of a magenta flavor to it. I might end up repainting their shoulder pads at some point with a little bit more of a red, but it's what I have, so I will use it. I'm probably going to hit it with a wash. Probably not going to use this one, as interesting as it is. I'm actually going to shake it up a bit because I want to see the true color. This one kind of settled a bit. I don't know how I feel about that one. Wait, that's corn red. Why is it so bright? That's probably just camera quality. Don't stress it. It's not actually as red as it seems to you right now. It's definitely a little bit more pinkish. Like a little bit. It's a little bit more washed out than it looks on cam. Trust me. Hold on, I'm trying to get some of these out of their little tray just to see what else I got. Oh, I do have Retributor armor. That's kind of a nice gold. Okay, so it's either this gold, which is like more of a like shiny gold metal, yellow gold, very traditional gold, or this sort of like brassy brown bronze color. And I like both, but I'm debating. So this is the gold. And again, keep in mind, these are a little bit more washed out than they look. Yeah, that's true. I could test it on my palette first and decide based on that. That's also a really good point. So let me set aside my 2 gold trims, my possible trims. I've also got, let's see, what is this? Oh, more Agrax Earthshade. Awesome. Love that. For my wash. What is this? Hold on. Ooh. Huh. I got something called Steel Legion Drab. For the hollower stars, what if Homeworld was a Necron tomb world that got hit by an orc wog, driven to hollow it out and turn it into a giant rock ship? They then turned what was left into a monastery. Huh. Possibly, yeah. Retributor armor is the best gold Games Workshop makes. I love that stuff. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad I got it then. I got it in the starter kit. If you guys are looking to get started with painting and you want something relatively like quick and easy, and it also comes with like clippers, and it comes with its own paintbrush, and it's, I mean, it's only $45, which is a pretty big steal for how much paint they give you, because it's like 13 different paints. This is a banger set. I love this set. There's also a 40K version of this set with more cool tones, which is totally fine too. Well, this isn't bad. This could be okay for like the leathers on some of their, it looks a little shinier than it is. I promise it's more matte, but this could be okay for some of the leather, like for like the gun holsters and straps and bags on their sides, which, by the way, just gotta throw this out there. Also, Matthew, thank you for the soup and the suggestion on the lore. I'm just gonna throw this out there. I do not believe there is any world in which a Space Marine could reach behind their butt and grab that gun. There is no shot he gets that big chunky arm back there and gets that gun. You need to put that gun in front of your hips, brother. You got to put that gun in front of your hips. Maybe it's just a chapter that was made in Ohio. That's the whole lore. Oh my God. Ohio is for lover. The ass gun is for your battle brother's eyes only. Oh, it's to entice your fellow Space Marines. I can respect that. I mean, it actually makes sense and would be like kind of accurate to the like vague knight aesthetic that Space Marines go for, where they're supposed to be like, you know, sort of like knights or battle angels, essentially, to have guns that they cannot reach or weaponry they cannot reach that their squires or buddies have to give them. That would definitely make a lot of sense. It's kind of like when a squire helped you armor up as a knight. You know what I mean?
We do not scratch our butts. We are space marines, brother. We tolerate. We endure. For the God Emperor. We do not scratch. We suffer in his name.
Etc., etc. So this is a nice Rakarth flesh, which is also another nice off-white. It's a little bit too far into the gray spectrum, I think, to do the helmet. But, I mean, honestly, maybe not. Maybe not. Let me see. Huh. What if I started Rakarth white? Because the Wraithbone has, like, just a little bit of, like, what I would consider... Hold on. And then... Okay, so that's Wraithbone. This is Rakarth flesh. This is Wraithbone. And then this is Corax white, which let me shake it up a bit. Gotta mix the pigments. Hold on. Okay, and then this is Corax white, which is like a really like a really cool tone white. Honestly, looking at them all side by side, I'm a little convinced that the Rakarth flesh might be too dark. So I might go Wraithbone as a base and then Corax as like a top. So I think I'm gonna save the Rakarth flesh for later. And I'll do Wraithbone base. So Wraithbone guaranteed. Corn red guaranteed. Maybe this for the leathers. This Steel Legion drab. I should have decided this before I started the stream, but you know what? I enjoy you guys being here for the process of me picking this. So I guess just vibe with me while we figure this out together. Also, I appreciate the inputs. That helps. Would Flay be a Titan Princeps or a Knight Pilot? That's a damn good question. I think Flayon would definitely be rocking out in Imperial Knights, right? Come on. I mean, come on. What do you mean name your bases? What do you mean by that? I don't know how I feel about this weird color. This is Bugman's Glow, but I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know what I would use it for. It's like sort of like a peachy... How do I describe this? It's like peachy orange-ish? I don't know. Hold on, I'm checking a few more colors just to see what I've got in my toolkit before we make too many hard decisions. Yeah. Okay, what do we got here? Ooh. Okay, so this is Astro Granite. I could use this for the floor, like the baseline, to make it look like concrete. Or, sorry, my whole camera's shaking because I'm shaking the tube and it's making my legs shake and it's making my chair spin a little bit, which is making me kick my desk. Okay. Hold on, I gotta mix this up really good. HOLOSTARS as Warhammer factions. Okay, I got you. Here comes my my headcanon tier list. Are you ready? Are we talking Age of Sigmar, Old World, or 40k? This Astrogranite's just like a little thick. Oh, it's because it's a technical. Okay, so that's definitely not meant to be. This is not for the main model, no matter what I do. 40k. Okay. 40k. I got more Abaddon Black. I'm gonna set that aside for now. Rakarth Flesh I've set aside for now because I don't think I'm gonna need it. Almost done. One sec. Let me check the rest of these and I'll do that. Wog Flesh, which I don't think I'm gonna need in this build, so I'm gonna set it aside. Cantor blue. Do I like this better than the Creed? Neither of these are as purple as it is in game. Because the blue star on the head is like a little bit of a faded blue with like just a little hint of like less. I don't know. I'm torn. What do you guys think? I think this blue. It's a little bit too like primary color blue for what I'm thinking of, but this is just a little too dark. Cantor is the goat. Oh, okay. Oh, jeez, I didn't know. I like the right one too. I think I like this blue. I think it's a little bit too bright, but it should work. You might want to keep the brighter blue to highlight the darker one. Well, the good news is I won't be adding any blue highlights, most likely. The blue is completely freestyle. It's just for the star on the forehead and possibly for the shoulder pad symbol, which right now is going to be the ultramarine symbol because it's sculpted into the model, but we'll see. Okay, so HOLOSTARS as individual Warhammer 40k factions. I'm going to leave this here. So we got the red for the shoulders. We've got this for the star. We've got this for the base body, which is the Abaddon Black. We've got the Wraithbone for the helmet. I need something for the eyeballs, which is actually going to be purple because I have purple like eyes on there. And I think I might use this Magus purple, but it is a little bit more for contrast. I could also use a really, really, really saturated bright purple, which would make it look kind of like the eyes are glowing, which I kind of like. So maybe I do this Xerius purple, which is kind of cool. You'll have to forgive me, EU Zaders. This time slot always has some sort of like internet hiccup. I'm back, refresh.
Oh no. The Omnisire has failed me. Now, where will I place my faith?
Worry not, brother. You may place your faith in the Warhammer.
You know, fun fact, my little brother owns a Warhammer. And I don't mean like a Warhammer model. I mean just a Warhammer. I don't know why. I have a bunch of swords all over my walls. I have a couple axes. I have a couple hand axes. But for some reason, despite having no interest in medieval warfare or medieval settings or any real fanboy energy or anything like that, my little brother, for some reason, purchased a full-on Warhammer from a Ren Fair, but like a full blacksmithed one, and just keeps it on his wall. I'm like, why? He's like, I don't know, it looked cool. I'm like, okay, sure. That's crazy. He might be Sigmar Heldenhammer. He might be Karl Franz. Real medieval Warhammers are disappointing. They're just thin like picks. I don't think that's disappointing. I think they're cool. I love a good Lucerne, dude. Lucernes are awesome. I used Lucerne in Dark Souls 1 for a little bit, I'm pretty sure. Until I got a hold of the Gargoyle Halberd. Okay, so here's what I'm debating between. I think I might want to actually use Nagroth Knight for the eyes to contrast the white of the helmet. Because if I use this really bright one, it might look a little bit like Crayola or primary colory, especially with the blue star on the head being so bright. So I think what I'm going to use this for the eye lenses. I might use this to add like a little shine to it though. I don't know. I might also just use white to add shine though to really contrast it, but this would make it look kind of like it's glowing, which is nice. I'll keep it on the side just in case. Okay, so we got eyes, star, / emblems, shoulders, arms, backpack, head, body. Now, do I want to do the feet blue or red? I kind of almost want to do the feet red to look like my boots, but I think it might get a little clowny at that point where you're just like red boots, red shoulders, red hands, but black body. And I'm like, maybe not. Now I gotta decide what color I want for the actual leg plate that isn't. So here's the problem I'm running into. If I use the brassy color, right, that I like, this color, as the trim, then I can't use it for the leg. And it's like, I don't have another metallic brown, really. I have browns, just not like a metallic brown.
Lead Belcher.
I have a color called Lead Belcher, and I want to take a look at it. It might be a nice gray. Let's find out. If it is, that would be awesome. Oh, it is kind of a nice silver gray. This could be cool for maybe like some of the tubing. Maybe. Because right now what I'm scared of is what I'm going to do is use... I'm afraid that when I use this as like the baseline for the armor, it's going to make all of the under armor, you know, like where their butt is exposed and stuff. Like you got to look at these Space Marine cheeks, right? I'm afraid their like cheeks and stuff aren't going to stand out, and the joints in between, like where the knees are and like the elbows are and stuff. I'm afraid that's just going to blend in with everything if I don't have some sort of contrasting color. So I'm debating if I want to use like maybe Lead Belcher as like a contrasting, like really bright color underneath the black armor, but it might be too bright. It might like really stand out, is my fear. What's this? Oh, more Corax white. Okay, I'm gonna put that away. I don't need that. Okay. Well, what was this again? Okay, this is my wash. I definitely want this for later. That's a good wash for later. And then I kind of want this, I'm gonna use this wash for like darker tones. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this Earth Shade for like warm tones. So I'll use this as a wash on the shoulders. I'll use this as a wash on maybe the little brown part of the legs. I might use it as a wash for probably the backpack. I think I'm going to use this nice green shade as a wash for any cool tones. So like the blacks of the armor, maybe the helmet, question mark. Do I have something more in neutral grounds for contrast? Not really. I could mix the black with something else. Hell, I could technically use this dark purple. Like the one that I'm going to use for the eyes. I could use for like the inner workings of the armor, but it's like, it's pretty purple is the problem. So I'm a little nervous about that. Okay, so knowing what I know now, let's hide this guy. I'll keep him up on the side for myself, but I don't really need him right now. What do I want to start with? Do I want to... I need to get rid of anything I'm not using just to keep it out of the way. So Corax White will be a shading. I'm going to set aside a lot of my highlight colors that I don't need yet, since I'm not immediately using them. And anything I'm not using just outright, I'm going to set aside just for now. So I'm definitely not using this. What is this? Technical Armageddon Dust. Would this be useful anywhere? Probably not. Do I want to use this for the leathers? I might use this for the leathers. I'll hold on to that just in case. It could also, honestly, the Steel Legion drab, this could work for the leg guard. I'll test it out on this palette in a second. All right, Bicene, good luck. It's possible I use Lead Belcher. I'm going to set it to the side for now. I might just use it on some of the actual metals. We'll see. Oh, is Dust... Uh-oh. Is Dust not... Is that a base? No. Dust is the same as Ash Granite. It's your textured terrain goop. Nah, this isn't textured. It's fine. See, it just has a base on it. Where the Astro Granite outright says, it's technical, dude. It ain't for your model. This one seems normal enough. It looks like a normal paint. See, there's no, like, texture in there. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at drab. Where's Dust? You might be right. Oh, you're right. Dust is a technical paint. Okay, you right. Okay, and I still got to decide between these two, the gold or the bronze. I think I'm going to go with the bronze. I kind of like that brassy color. I'm going to set the gold aside for now. That's a lot of paints, actually. That's like a lot of colors. Not going to use that one. Got to get a little water in that guy. It's going to be my paint water. Whoop.
Ow. My finger.
Okay. And I've got some paper towels over here for me to dry my brush on when needed, if needed. They are the thinnest paper towels anybody has ever purchased in their life. Right, this is like the thinnest paper towel you've ever seen. It actually reverses spills. Instead of cleaning up any liquids, what it does is it makes it wetter. It makes it wetter. Fun fact, this is a hack you can use. The devs of Life don't want you to know this, but you can use these paper towels on water to multiply water. It's actually a fun way to get more of it. They are the cheapest paper towels anybody has ever had for any reason. Infinite water. A water bottle. All right, so I'm going to do a little bit of painting. I don't know how much painting I'm going to do today, but I'm going to do a little bit at least. And then, yeah, I might need to take a break to take a little blink because I'm dying, but I'm going to do my best. I'm going to crush my stamina potion here, and I'm going to go as long as I can. And then later tonight, I've got a Dark Tide stream, baby. I finally got perms after fighting for forever. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Thank you, Warhammer. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Why is everything upside down? Everything's not upside down. It's technically everything's right side up. You're just at a weird angle because you're over here and looking down toward me like this.
Fresh meat.
Yeah, you guys are just glowering over my monitor like weirdos. Is this what it's like to be Australian? I have it on good authority. This is exactly what it's like. Warhammer has claimed another victim. Sadly, Warhammer already had its claws in me long ago. I was already Warhammer pilled deep down. Less spiders? Pfft, I didn't tell you. You didn't know. This is why I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 arms. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry for your loss of money. Fair. Very fair. I want to buckle my shoe. Okay, so I got my little paintbrush here. This guy's pretty thin. That's a detail paintbrush. Honestly, they're both the same. So I guess I don't have a very solid paintbrush, which is fine because I don't need to go super wild immediately. I probably need to take my time, be a little slow, a little bit diligent about this, and probably pace myself. Oh, there's Arcturus hairs on everything. Aha. Okay, so we're going to use this little guy. I don't know how hard this is going to be with gloves, but we're about to find out. I'm going to use this little guy, and the first thing I guess I should do... I guess my question is, since I'm not a painter and I'm not super familiar with this, how fast are these going to dry out once I get them into my palette and add a little water? Because why do I keep saying water? Water. How fast are these going to dry out once I get them into my palette and add some water to kind of thin them? Because I definitely want to dilute them a little bit. Water. Water. You know, my mom used to say water. Like water. Go get some water. Within 10 minutes? Oh, okay. That's not good. All right, got it. So we need to, okay, so I need to plan then in that case. I need to think about what I'm going to do. So I think I'm going to start with possibly the shoulders and the arms. So basically the plan here is get the red base down on the shoulders, get the red base down on the arms. I could be a little sloppy with this. I don't have to worry too much about it at first because I can always touch it up later. Do a red base on the backpack. And then I'll come back around, and I guess the next one's going to be the helmet, maybe, with, like, white, and then I'll do Abaddon Black for the chest plate and the pants. The issue I'm going to run into is that the right leg is supposed to have brown on it, but there's a fold there. There's like a leg guard that's going to be black. See how it's under his arm there, that little leg guard? So trying to get the brown in there is going to be pretty difficult. I might want to start with that. Am I adding shading? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a wash for a lot of the shading because a wash will seep into like the crevices and stuff and really highlight lots of... Okay, well, that was cool. Wow, Big Gert came to get me. So I also saw a technique people were doing that they call dry brushing, but I think you need a bigger brush for that than what I've got, like a wider brush with like sort of thicker bristles, and I don't have that. So I'm probably going to avoid the dry brushing technique, even though I do think it makes really good sort of like burnished metals, you know what I mean? Like sort of rougher metals that look like they would like have a rough texture to put your hand across. I'm going to dodge that and go for a smooth metal look. So my shading will mostly be in highlights and the wash itself. You know, go dark to light. I could try going dark to light, yeah. So what you're saying is I should start with like the body and the legs to do the Abaddon Black or Abaddon. Okay, I'm definitely going to want to thin this a bit. I feel like this is just too dense of a color right now. So I'm going to add a bunch of water, and I might try to add a little white, but that might, honestly, that's a dangerous game. You can quickly turn it to a gray. You don't need much at all. Let me just shake up this paint really well first. I want to make sure it's like super mixed, because sometimes the pigments can get a little separated. A good technique is a base coat in dark color and then work out from the center with light color. Okay, so what I've seen people do, actually this is what I meant to ask. What I've seen people do, at least in the tutorial videos I've watched, right, is they take their like major color, whatever it is, and then, hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. Achoo! I mean, Space Marine sneeze, tough. So what I've seen people do is they take their base color and they paint the entire model with that first, and then that acts as a sort of like controlling color that you paint on top of, right? So like if they were doing Ultramarines, they would do the entire thing first in blue, and then they paint on top of that with whatever else they need. But I think that might not apply here because these Marines that I'm using have a bunch of different colors. They're not using like blue as their major color. Like the Ultramarines are blue all over. Of course they do that. But like, what would you do for something that has like red only on the shoulders and on the backpack? Like, should I even do the whole thing in red? I don't know about that, because then the black on top might look weird with the red undertone. Thank you for the blessings. Whoa! You guys like my lizard blinking? Abaddon. Doesn't the base coat also help the paint stick better? Oh, well, yeah, but I've already got a base coat. I spray painted these with a dark gray. Not dark gray, like a neutral-ish gray coat. So they didn't come looking like this. The actual plastic tends to be a little bit lighter than this, and it's not nearly as matte. So this base coat has a little bit of a rough texture to it. It's going to help the paint stick really well. I'm just wondering, do I want a base coat of color as well? And then start working on the regular colors, or is that going to show too much? I'm a little nervous that the red might show too much through everything. Like, for example, maybe not on the blacks, right? Like on the chest and on the legs. But if I do like a red base coat all over, like, will the white have like a pinkish tint to it once I paint the red on top of the helmet? Maybe. Just start on the regular colors? Okay, I'll just start on the regular colors. We'll start with the black, and we'll try to, I'll add a little bit of water to that and see what I can get done. So I'm cracking up my first paint. This is going to be the Abaddon Black. Okay. We are locking in. It's so true. And then I'm just going to Try not to spill this everywhere as I open it. Please don't, 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 please don't. Okay, it's a little bit everywhere. Anyway, so that looks like this, in case you're wondering what these paints look like on the inside. Let me tilt it this way, actually. They're pretty cool. They've got like a little cup on the bottom. See how the lid has that little cup down there? And it kind of hooks some of the paint for you to pull out if you want to put it on your palette, which is nice. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to start with this brush. And I think I'm going to use this palette to start out with. And I'm just going to pull some of that off the top there and try to scoop it down into the... Uh-oh, whoa, okay, I guess I poured some. Well, that's fine. Pouring good. Not what I meant to do, but it's fine. And then I'll scoop that back into the tub. There we go. That might be more than I need, honestly, for the base level. We'll see. Oh, that's a fine brush. Thanks. It came with the package, actually, which is really cool of them. And then I guess I need to add a little bit of water. Now, I don't know how much water to add per paint. I am not a painter by any means, so this is all brand new to me. But I'm gonna see. Okay, well, that was a lot more than I meant to add, so that's not good. Gonna have to scoop some of that out of there. That was crazy. Whoops. All right, watch this. Watch this paper towel do nothing. Oh my God, it's like making more water as I put it in there. Wow, that's crazy. It's creating water. Life hack. Water hack. Okay. Yeah, a dropper would have been nice, huh? I'm just gonna see if this mixes in. Okay, this is gonna be way too thin. That's too thin. I can't use that anymore. Damn it. I don't think so anyway. Let's see. Well, huh. Since it's black, it might work. It's such a harsh color, it might actually still be okay. This might be okay. I put a lot of paint in there. This might be okay. Huh. Okay.
It's a happy little accident. You gotta remember that here at Crimzon Rulez's Emporium, there are no mistakes, just happy little accidents.
Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so let's get to work. So, oh God, I'm scared actually. I'm scared to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So I'm gonna start with the chest and the legs. I wanna start on this left leg because it's gonna be the easiest spot to do. Also, I'm just gonna quickly check his folds to see if they have any color on them. No, they're black. Okay. So the crotch and the leg guards are all black. So that should be easy enough. Oh, good heavens, I'm scared. Thank you for the gifted chip. Oh, I'm a little bit off camera, huh? Should I do the red shoes? No, I shouldn't. I want to push this paint around a bit and make sure it doesn't all like pool in one place too bad, because I feel like that's a little thick on that leg. I'm trying to avoid the satchels on his butt so I can add brown to those later without them having that like dark black undertone. Maybe I'll make the soles of his shoes a different color. That'd be funny. Actually, the soles of my boots are blue. Did you guys know that? The tops are red, but the soles are blue. This is doing okay. This is doing better than I thought it would, honestly. Honestly, it might be a little too thin even. It's kind of missing the crevices. I'm gonna pull this in for some detail work and I'll put it back on camera in a second, guys. I might need to turn that glaringly damning overhead light back on. You guys excited for that? The sound, I'm sure you can't hear this. It's so subtle. But the sound of this brush hitting this like sort of textured like base coat that I did from the spray can sounds so good. It's like this sort of very soft. Ooh, I'm kind of liking how weathered this kind of feels. I'm going to add just like, I don't want to add any more black to my brush because I'm so close to done with the leg and I don't want to oversaturate it. But on the other hand, it's like just about done and it's still not quite there. And that makes me a little angry. I might just like dab it just a bit on the side here. Yeah. Take some off the top there. Yeah, that'll work. Just got to get some of this detail work done. I'll show you this leg in just a second once I'm done with it. And you can kind of see the difference there. Boop. It's nothing special because it's just like a base color right now, but you know, that's the beginning. That's the beginning of the journey, baby. Exciting. Oh my gosh, a leg. How scandalous. Now, the real trouble is going to be painting the fold on the opposite leg without hitting the holster of the gun on his butt and without hitting his leg guard that's going to be colored brown later. I like to imagine the leg guard is maybe like symbolism for a single tree trunk or something maybe. Since only one leg has brown on it, like standing upon a world tree or a base tree or something like that. I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at with it, though. What's up, Yura? Welcome in, gamer. Hi. We just got finished watching the Warhammer Skulls stream, which was really cool. Looking at a lot of the new Warhammer like games and updates to games coming out. And now I'm painting some minis. That's what I'm working on right now. So I'm doing the leg guards for these Space Marines, which Warhammer was kind enough to send me. I'm trying and failing to be good at painting. This is my first time. Well, not my first time. I technically painted as a kid, but it's my first time as an adult painting. It's kind of meditative. I kind of wish I could like show you guys what I'm doing, but I have to get this really close to my eyes, and I also have to like not have my like whole fucking dumbass dome blocking the camera, so I can't really hunch in and show like do this. So for now, you're just going to trust me that this is... Trust the process, and I'll show you as I go a little further along, okay? Just follow along with me in the meantime. Believe in the me that believes in the me that believes in the me. It's true! Thank you, Warhammer, for sponsoring this stream! I don't know if this is what they bargained for. I don't know if they expected me to sit here and just paint quietly or whatever and just yap. Probably not, but... I hope you like it, Warhammer, because I'm liking it. Technically, I guess I was just like supposed to sit down and watch that stream, but what can I say? I'm having fun and I'm immersed, and this is how I like engaging with the hobby. I'm gonna need that guy to shut up. He really said, "The red ones go faster." Sorry, guys, I'm in a neighborhood with them. You bet I'm just being humble? You'd be surprised how infrequently I'm humble. I am only humble in victory. Otherwise, I'm an arrogant bastard at all times. Humility is only for when I'm winning. I'm a gracious winner and an asshole competitor who spends most of his time mocking his opponents. I like playing the heel, I've realized. Mostly because I think it's funny. Until I win. And then I suddenly get all the humility kicks in, unfortunately. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Not very impressive yet, since it's just a base coat. It's just like jet black, which I'm sure to a lot of people just looks like an unpainted model, because like a lot of people spray paint their models black first, which I went with gray. So to me, this does look good because it's changing color, but I'm sure to a lot of people, they'd be like, that doesn't look like you did anything, dude. That looks like a base coat. And yeah, I get that. I get that. Oh, I was a little sloppy around the foot there. Oops. Okay, so we got the leg guard on this side. Sorry, you can see the leg guard on the hip there, and then I also got the base leg. I'm gonna add brown to the upper leg on that one later. But, oh, I missed a little bit of the knee guard, my bad. Hold up, wait a minute. Uh-oh, my paintbrush is drying a little bit too. Dude, I wanna play Darktide so bad. Speaking of, I finally got permission to play it, and I'm gonna do that tonight. Believe it or not. I'm going to be playing it with Gold Bullet and Octavio, though I think Gerard might be too busy today. Because he hates me, and he wants me to die. In the grim, dark future of the 41st millennium, Gerard hates me. Okay. All that's left to do for the legs down is I need to do the butt plate, which is going to be right back there, but I got to be careful to avoid his little satchels and his little pistol holster. And then I'm going to try to paint behind the backpack to get his chest plate black, and then do the front with the chest plate black. And then I'm going to add a brassy bronze to the little skull and wing motif on his chest plate. And then I think that's all the black I need to do, which I might do a second layer depending on how I feel like this looks when it dries. Right now I'm okay with it, but we'll see. I'll ask Flayon to join me for Darktide today so that we can have a different red member in Armis finally, because right now we've only got one, just me, so it feels a little lonely being the only red guy. Okay. Wait, what am I doing? I'm about to add black. Why did I do that? Whatever, it doesn't matter. You know what? I wonder if doing that is a better way to do it. Instead of putting water in my paint palette, maybe what I should do is scoop up some paint and then just dip my little brush in water, or the opposite way. Dip my brush in water and then put it in the paint and mix it around a bit. But anyway, we'll see. Let me just get the chest plate here. I don't want to do the front yet. I'm scared to do the front. I'm so scared to do the front, dude. Oh, he's got like a little strap on his back. Uh-oh. I'm going to take some of this paint off. Sorry, hold on. Before I do the front. That was definitely the right move. Oh, this is stressful. Uh-oh. I'm using a dab technique right now. So I know what some model painters will do is they'll actually not put their models together before they paint them, essentially. That way they can really get into like the little crevices carefully without messing anything up, but I did not do that, so we're just gonna have to make do with what we've got. I will just use this very fine brush to get in there and do it. Oh, I got a little black on my side satchel. That's a bummer. That's not the end of the world, though. You know what? I can afford to be a little sloppy here. I don't know why I'm being so careful. Like, I'm going to paint over a lot of this anyway. Okay. Almost done with the front, and then I'll show you what I got going on. It only gets stressful when I'm doing a full regiment. Is that so? I feel like I'm stressed out and I'm just doing one little guy. Just one little guy. I'm glad I went with black as the chest plate color. I mean, this is just a happy accident. I didn't mean to do this. It just was the color I chose for my Space Marine in that game. But I'm glad I went with black because the shadows are going to naturally hide any imperfections I made along the way. But anyway, we've got his full chest plate is done. I did a dab style to really get in the crevices of the little like wing insignia on his chest. And then I did his butt fold. I also went back and did the back of his knee because I forgot the little wiring on the back of his knee, his butt. But I got behind his backpack as well, and in the corners and crevices down there. I did miss a little bit of this, like, you can see that little rope that's on his chest under his arm that I missed, so I got to get a bit of that, but then otherwise, I think we're good on letting that coat dry. So that's all the black for now. I'll come back for a second coat of black in just a second. Now, what I could do is I could do the inside of his arm folds in black if I want to, like, contrast the red really well, and I might just do that real quick. Just be really careful and just kind of get in there and do that without like too much wildness. I'll just get some of that black off there because that's too much. Okay. Usually I tell myself there are no mistakes in art. The Bob Ross mentality helps. Oh, I believe that. I believe that. Now the problem is I don't actually see the inner, oh, okay. I was going to say I don't see where his inner arm, like, wiring, if you want to call it that on Space Marines, is, but I do see it now. I kind of want to turn this overhead light on, but it's so harsh. Okay. Just a little bit on the inside. There we go. I could also do his wrist, but like, that's a lot. And the acid wash might cover that for me anyway. I think the acid wash is going to cover that. Do I want to do black on his guns? Like on his gun itself, I didn't think about what I was going to paint the gun. I think this part of the gun's going to be brassy bronze because that's, I think that looks good for like a flamer thing. It looks like burnished metal. And I think the actual machinery of the gun, what are we thinking for that? I think black, right? For like the actual like casing. I think I'll do black. Can we make it Zephyr colors? No. Only because that's overly complex. And Zephyr has a lot of colors in his palette. Little freak. In a vacuum, maybe. This time, no, because that is just a lot to do. I do not have the skill set needed. One day I want to be good enough at painting that I could do like exhaust fumes and stuff like that. And like represent like heat through like different lighting effects on my models. I think that'd be really cool. Also, I want a kit bash so bad. One thing I think that seems really cool is adding like VFX to your models, right? So for example, I've seen some people will drill a little hole at the end of their Space Marines guns to create like believable depth in the muzzle or barrel, I mean. And I think it'd be really cool to do that. And then maybe like take a little cotton or something and like try to wedge it in there with like a needle and then use that as like exhaust or like, you know, smoke from being fired. It would be sick. I don't know if that would look good, but I think it sounds cool. Gonna have to trust that the wash is gonna cover a lot of my mistakes here. I know you're not seeing anything yet. I'll show you in a minute what I'm working on. 1 second. Let me just finish this gun's details. Okay, so that's the front of the gun. I still got to work on the back side of the gun, which right now is just blending in with the chest plate, so doesn't look that impressive, does it? Doing an entire army would be so difficult. I think I would really struggle with that. Like staying focused long enough to do a full army. But also, I think part of that is just finding ways to stay inspired. Like making sure you're like checking out other people doing their armies and making sure you're reminding yourself why you're enjoying it and stuff like that. But I definitely think I would struggle to stay focused long enough to finish a full army, honestly. That's okay though, because I'm gonna get a lot of practice on my Tyranids. Oh, I forgot the crotch plate on this guy too. I gotta get in there and get that. Easier said than done. Okay, so I did the inside of the gun pretty well there. The only thing I'm missing is the back pommel. Nice. Nice. Okay. Pretty good. I need to do the hilt of his pistol real quick. Or the grip. Whatever. Words are hard. Okay. Okay, so all the blacks are done for the first coat. We just let them dry a bit. And there we go. Yeah, pretty cool, honestly. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. So now what I could do is paint everybody else's first layer, which is probably the smart move, but recognizing how long that just took me. I might just paint one model today. Yeah, the gun blends in with the rest of the model, but I think what's going to make it stand out is what I'm going to do is the same color that I'm going to trim the shoulders with. Sorry, let me get this back in the camera. The same color that I'm going to trim the shoulders with here is going to be this brassy color, and I'm going to use it on the muzzle of the gun, and I'm going to use it on certain highlighted metal parts to help it stand out a little bit. It's going to create some silhouette. Like, for example, this piping here, and this piping here at the bottom of the gun on the canister. And then this whole upper layer is going to be brassy. And then the tip here, and then this coil here, and then this little bit right up here. I think I'm going to do sort of a brassy color, and it should help it stand out a bit. That's a good idea, B. If I just painted the final layer first, I would have already been done. Anyway, if we're going from dark colors to light colors, I should probably do the brassy leg next. And then maybe the leather on the back of the... I'm scared to do the leather because once I do the second layer... No, I should do the second layer of black before I do any of that because I'm going to be really mad if I miss some details. Or if I mess up some details with the black layer. Anyway, let me rinse this little bad boy out. Oh, I forgot to get it. Uh-oh. I forgot to get another paper towel. My bad. Oops. Okay, well, that didn't work out, but that's fine. Who cares? Yeah, I'm getting there, B. Just vibing. It's pretty relaxing, honestly. Would recommend. It's very zen. Kind of reminds me of being a kid and sitting in my dad's basement with my older sister and just painting Warhammer minis together, which was a long time ago. But I remember that being very chill too, because we were listening to the radio at the time, and we would just sit there and kind of yap about, I don't know, whatever was going on, really, like school or et cetera, or Warhammer, or like what our armies were like and like how cool they were and why they were awesome. What's up, Maria? Just got started painting, so you're just in time. Okay. I love building lore out of thin air. I think the bottom layer on this is mostly done other than the gun, so I can kind of pretty safely start working on the legs again. So I'm gonna add one more coat of black to this, I think. Though, honestly, with black, maybe it doesn't need a second coat. How much you guys think? Does that need a second coat of black? Here, let me scoot it back a bit and use this to help contrast. I don't know. The black's pretty harsh. I think it's honestly fine. I might do 2 coats of red, though, on the shoulders. But I think the black... I don't know, dude. There's still a little bit of black on my brush, which is annoying me. Can't seem to get that off no matter what I do. Oh my gosh, it's still there. Oops. Okay, so I'm gonna wait to do the wash, I assume, until I get my base coat down. So I'm just gonna keep going, and I'm gonna start it on the brassy brown. Since I can't really do this color for the leg, I guess I could. It would just come out really shiny. It would make the leg look like the trim, but maybe that's on purpose. Maybe that would look cool. Oh, I've consulted the paper towel god. It's still coming out black. It's all right. I've just like squeezed it off with my glove at this point. Should be a pretty clean brush now. Okay. I do have another brush, but I'm not going to use it yet. Okay, so I think I'm going to use this really shiny, brassy color that I'm going to use for the highlights on the shoulders. And I'm just going to lay that down on the leg and see what that looks like. Well, maybe I wait until I do the shoulder highlights to do this so I could do it all at once. What's up, NPC? Welcome in. Okay, maybe we'll go with red. Maybe just jump straight into red. We'll jump into the red, we'll do the shoulders, we'll do the arms, and then I'll do the head last. Did I miss a part of this black? I think I missed a part of the black right after drying my brush. Yep, I missed the backside of the... Oh, dang. Okay, here we go again. Give a bit of that water. Add a bit of that black. I missed behind the helmet. Okay. Well, I think that got it pretty good. Yeah, there we go. That's a little more stark. Yeah, we got the inside of the neckline. We got behind the helmet on the back. Very nice. Very nice. Now I can clean my brush off. Yeah, it's pretty easy. I can close my eyes and paint. I'm a genius. What can I say? What, like it's hard? Okay. Just gonna have to trust that the red pigment will hold out and carry through the black. Okay. Here we go. This is hard with gloves. Okay. Oh, that red's actually a little bit more vibrant than I thought it was. That's not bad. I thought it was more magenta. It's actually a pretty nice red. Okay, I'm gonna add that in right about here-ish, I guess. I really probably will not need a lot. That's probably more than enough. Uh-oh. That cap does not want to close. Okay, there we go. It's actually a pretty nice red. Okay. So I'm actually going to grab a little bit of water on purpose. And I'm just going to dip that in there myself. I'm just going to manually water this red. That'll do. Scrape off some of that paint. Make sure it's still watery. Maybe a little bit more water. Yeah. See how that looks. It's a little bright. That'll be all right. Okay. Start on the backpack. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. That's good. There's a nice thin paint. Okay. I feel like it might be a little bit too watery on this one. It's like kind of fitting into the, slotting into the vents on the backpack a bit, so I gotta be careful. Just gonna try and pull some of that back out some. There we go. There we go. Crimzon Rulez, you've gotten awfully quiet. I know. I'm locked in, brother.
Brother, you must understand, my tiny men aren't going to paint themselves. Brother, please. Silence. I must have my focus. I cannot shame the Emperor.
I cannot shame the Emperor. I must focus. To paint well is to bring glory to the Imperium of Man. I must show them artistic skills. Elsewise, what am I?
please. May I have some loops?
The joy of mini painting with Ruze boss. Nice, that red came out pretty good actually. I like that. And hey, it kept the detail work on the vents. They had seeped in a little bit because it was a little too watery at first, but it got much better.
The machine spirit in my phone whines about low battery.
Good luck. Awesome. Thank you, dude, for 29 months. Okay, let's grab a little bit more and get those arms going. I will probably need a second layer of this paint, but that's okay. Ooh, that's a little thick. Have to pull some of that down. I like how dark this dries. I like that it doesn't dry too vibrant. Actually, I'll say I love it. I love it. It's very crimson. I thought this was going to dry a little bit scarlet, but it is not. I might paint his fingers a different color, maybe black, but for now, this is fine. Trying to be very gentle with the detail work here. I'm also trying to make sure that I don't like lay the paint down so thick that I obfuscate detail. And that's probably not something I really need to worry about right now, but I am, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. Like, I could always go back in and touch it up if I need to and add back in any spaces where I accidentally paint red on black, for example. I could just paint it back to black. But I like to try and get it right on the first pass if I can. Yeah, that's pretty good. Though I did paint a little bit of the gun with red on accident there, but man, that shoulder's looking nice. You can see how bright it is on the shoulder until it dries. This is what I'm talking about. See how the backpack dried like a nice dark color? But then the shoulder's just a little bit bright, so I was afraid it was all going to dry like that and look like that as a whole, but it's definitely drying really nice and dark. I like it a lot, actually. That corn red is really good. Is this a vibe chapter, or you got a specific one in mind? So right now, what I'm looking at calling it is the HOLOSTAR chapter of Space Marines, and they come from a system where their star was destroyed by some Xenos. I don't know what yet, maybe Necrons. Maybe, I don't know, orcs or something. And their star has been hollowed out and made useless. I mean, not hollowed out, probably just gone now. And maybe they live out of their, like, ship, like a capital ship, or maybe they still have a home planet, but they have to heat it from the inside. So maybe they, like, hollowed out the core of their planet to build some giant reactor engine in there to keep it warm in an otherwise frozen system. Maybe they live inside the middle of their planet. Maybe they're fully subterranean because the surface is no longer livable because there's no star out there. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, they have like a little bluish, like a bluish purple star on their foreheads that they wear. Could be Dark Eldar for sure. That'd be cool. Mole people, mole people, mole people. It would suit VTubers to live underground. Little freaks. Shoulders slowly starting to match up. Slowly. It's got to dry some more, but it's getting there. Love that. Okay, let's add a layer on the other arm. Might need to thin this a bit more, honestly. Maybe I need to add a little bit more water to this, but we're okay for now. Yeah, I think this is applying just a tad thick. The hollow stars. Exactly, Aurora. Perfect spelling. You're right. That's exactly what I was thinking when I said that. Thank you for the soup. Seems like everybody's in agreement that that is a very dark Eldar thing to do. Well, I'm afraid my main faction will never be Space Marines, as much as it is fun to like theory craft a chapter of Space Marines, which it is fun. I will probably always be a Tau and or Tyranid player at heart. Oh yeah. Very good, very nice. Need just like a dab more, please, not too much. There we go. Hey, not bad. He's getting there. He's getting there. I'm going to do one more layer of red, probably. Even though I really, really like that dark red. I like it being kind of faded like that. But I'm going to do one more layer just because I feel like I'm possibly leaning toward being lazy. And I'm afraid that maybe I don't like that red and I'm just afraid of messing it up, or I don't want to do a second coat. But I'm going to do a second coat of red. At the risk of it becoming too bright or too vibrant, I'm going to do it. Even though I really like that faded sort of gray red. It's like you're making the Space Marine chapter, your Tyranids and Tau fighting your homebrew lore. It's true. Making a Tyranid faction that's based off of the Crusaders would be kind of funny, but boy, would that be a garish color palette for some Tyranids. I think instead of that, what I'm probably going to do with my Tyranids is... I haven't decided on a color yet. A flesh color. What are the canonical colors of Tyranids right now? Like, I know there's Hive Fleet, Leviathan, and there's Behemoth. I think there's Kraken. Yeah, I kind of want to base them on like a real world bug. It'd be really cool. Are you calling Crusaders garish? Yeah. Yeah, I am. Jormungandir. There's already a Jormungandir? That sucks. That would have been cool to use. So they also use Norse names, huh? Not just biblical or Grecian. Interesting. Yeah, and my colors are garish. What do you want me to do, Leah? Like, okay. Are you kidding me? My colors are like red, white, blue, gold, brown, black. Kraken is green and sea blue. That's cool as fuck. I am all the colors. I've also got a lot of pink for my gyms as a little key color. Okay, that's still pretty red, which isn't a big deal since I'm about to apply another coat of red, but, you know, I wanted to get some of that dried paint off there real quick. But this is definitely going to need a careful cleaning after this. That or I'll need to switch brushes. Shoulders aren't quite dry yet, but it's getting there. I do feel like I applied too thick a coat to the shoulders, though, compared to the back. The back had, like, a lot of water on it, clearly. Which is also why it was so runny. But it came out like a nicer, sort of darker red, which I like. Your color scheme is just there to test for color blindness. So true. So true. I'm gonna like manually clean this off a bit because this is really not cleaning very well. Well, it's a little better. It's not great, but beetles do have very pretty colors and a lot of colors, and I like how iridescent their you know, their chitin can be. So perhaps I will consider doing a beetle color palette. Be kind of cool. I was actually thinking about using like a neon green, like that really bright green that I have. I forget the name of it. For some of their like pustules and glowing bits, you know, because usually I feel like Tyranids use like a yellow or sometimes a teal for their pustules and glowing bits. You know, for like their explosive spores and stuff like that. But I kind of want to run with something like this for the spores because I just think it looks good, but I don't know what I would combine that with to contrast that color. Kronos is blood red with black carapace. I've seen those. They're cool. Okay, this brush is not fully desaturating its color no matter what I do with it, which is getting a little annoying. I do not, Yanikovsky, I do not have any experience really with painting or color theory, but it'd be cool to do a jewel beetle style Tyranid, but that might be a little bit excessive. Okay, I'm going to start with my second coat on the backpack. Add a little bit more water. Maybe a little bit more water. Yeah, that's way too thick. Okay, more water. It's dried out too much. More water, please. More water, please. More water, please. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Take some of that off there. Okay. Nice. Oh, my shaky little hands. I gotta be careful. Okay. Okay. Nice. Pull some of that paint out of some of those crevices real quick. There we go. Nice. I might actually change the color of the plate on the backpack to that brassy color as well once I get back around to this. But for now, I think that's pretty cool. I know nothing I'm saying means anything right now since I'm not actually showing you guys what I'm doing, but you'll see in a second. I'm also speedrunning the first arm because I need to use it to like drop off paint to dry my brush a bit so that I can quickly like scoop out some of the paint before it dries in the extra detail work of the backpack, because some of the grates are looking a little too full right now and they're losing definition. And that's no good. Gotta be careful not to plug up those vents with paint. Suck to lose that detail. Okay, take a little bit more of that. Not a ton, but enough. Add a little bit to the underside there. Add a little bit to the fingers. Yep. Oh, careful. Don't go crazy. Okay, so there is the second coat to the left shoulder and the backpack. You can see it's getting more vibrant as I go. And I think that's all the coats I'm willing to run on that side, so I'm just going to quickly get the other side. And then we'll call it on the shoulder pads. We'll move on to the brassiness of... Oh my god, that was too much. Okay, hold on. We're going to move on to the brassiness of the... hold on, I got to dab off some of that paint. The leather working for, like, the pouches and the leg guard. Okay. Just gonna try and get off a bit of this excess paint. So I'm dabbing my brush on my paper towel to dry it off a bit, and then I'm immediately rebrushing parts that I think have too much paint on them that are hiding some detail work. What I'm hoping this will do is take away some of the excess paint to reestablish some of that detail. Okay, there's the second coat on the other shoulder pad. And the arm. Yippee! Whew, stressful, dude. I'm excited to get to the point where I do a wash. I think that's what I'm like most looking forward to right now, is I just want to see what that looks like, because it looks like magic to me when I've seen people do it in the past, and in the few little tutorial videos that I watched. But I'm also nervous that I'm going to somehow mess that up. I don't know if there is really a way to mess up a wash. It seems pretty straightforward, but I'm still afraid of it. Okay, so the next part I'm going to do is the leather. This is leather that is specifically for the butt pouches and the holster for the gun. And I don't know what else, something else probably. I could technically just leave it black and be like, oh, it's black leather. But like, it's going to blend in with the armor and that kind of looks bad and feels bad. It feels like a little bit of a lazy thing to do just to not have to paint more. and not have to add another color to the palette. But I think sometimes those like colors that really stick away from your palette that don't match your chosen color palette can actually be really nice to add depth to something and make it feel a little bit more lived in. Okay, so that brush is still very, very red, and I don't know if I can fix that, really. Might just have to tolerate that for now. Look how red that is. Oh well. Okay, what brown did we end up deciding on? I think I was going to use maybe this sort of Steel Legion drab. I feel like that's my best bet. That's like the only one I can really use here. I don't think I have very many browns, so that's the best bet. I hope this comes out nice on the gray. World's longest sponsored stream. Thanks for sponsoring the stream, Warhammer. Sorry that I've decided to treat it as an arts and crafts stream, but I'm not that sorry. I don't know how I feel about that brown, actually. Not as good as I thought it was. It's not bad, it's just not what I wanted. I was kind of hoping for more of a leathery brown. I could add just like a little bit of white, but I feel like that it might be too harsh that way. I don't know. Also, it's not mixing. Mix! The pigments are all kind of still stuck. Hold up. Does a 2,000 point army over 27 days in one stream? No problem, dude. Easy. Okay, let's try this again. It's so thick. Why is it so thick? It just feels like the paint's like too chunky. Is this supposed to be it? No, I was gonna say maybe this is like a terrain texture, but it's not. This stream made me do art again? Hell yeah. Popoko Pavi, that's all I can hope for. Hell yeah. This one is Steel Legion Drab. Drab. I don't know why I said it like that, but drab. Really hit that B. I want to paint Warhammer minis and use it for D&D. Go for it, dude. Maybe use bronze over it after it dries? Yeah, I could. I don't know. It's like very chunky. I don't like how chunky it is. It's making me unhappy. Texture-wise, it's giving me a little bit of the ick. Goop. That was way more than I'm ever going to need for this, but whoops. Especially since I'm only going to do one guy today, but oh well. I'm still considering adding a little bit of white to that, if I'm being so honest with you. If I'm being very for real right now. But that might be too light of a leather color if I add white. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just do it. You know what? Let's trust the process. Let's just go with what we got. Let's go with what they gave me. They gave me this. I'm going to use this. Take a little water and put it on there. Boop, 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 boop. Take a little water and put it on there. Boop, 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 boop. Take a little water and put it on there. Boop, 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 boop. Take a little water and put it on there. Boop, 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 boop. Take a little bit of the brown, mix it with the water. And there is my watercolor. Okay, that might be a little bit too watery. A little bit more, a little bit more. That's pretty nice. Is that pretty nice? No, a little bit more. Okay, what about that? That's pretty nice. Okay. What chapter Space Marines are we painting? I'm making it up as I go. This one's the Holostar chapter, I guess. It's a little bit of a light leather. Actually, maybe I should have added dark instead of brown. Or white. Maybe I was a fool to think I should add white to that. Not too bad, though. It's a little bit watery. Makes me a tad nervous, but that's okay. I'll make it work. I have to go back over with a little bit of black on some of the like folds on the armor, but honestly, for a start, I am okay with that. Now that's just for the that's just for the like the leather on the guns and stuff. But do I want to do the leg guard in that brown, or do we want to say like do a brassy? I think I want to do brassy. I think I want that highlight. I think I want the leg guard to be really shiny. But sorry, that's a good contrast color for everything else, because everything else is like really dark. The reds are still like really muted and kind of dark, and the black on the armor is obviously very dark, so. Now the question is, do I want to go over this again? Orange and blue would give you a burnt sienna brown. Oh, that would have been nice. Yeah, Nick, I like the Sylvaneth a lot. I actually, fun fact, grabbed some Sylvaneth while I was at the Warhammer store. Worry not. I picked it up myself. Oh, that's drying nice, actually. I like that brown. It's kind of a green brown. Wait a minute. That's looking a lot better. When it was oversaturated, I wasn't a huge fan of it, but I'm kind of messing with it now. I'm gonna go back over it with one more quick layer, just really quick, just to kind of add a little bit more of that color on there, but then I'll call it. I might come back in here later and add like little weathering elements if I feel confident. Oop, I hit the armor again. Definitely gonna have to come back through here with black. That's okay. Happy little accidents, etc., etc. Okay, nice. Okay, I'm gonna let that dry for a minute while I get my paintbrush cleaned off, and then we'll start working on the brassy element, I guess, and then the last one we'll do is the helmet. Yeah, the problem is to get to any like Games Workshop store, I have to travel like really far, so it's unlikely I would go up there for a paint day, as fun as that would be. You gotta remember, I live out in the middle of fucking nowhere in a shitty trailer. So a lot of it's gonna be video learning for me. Next time I go back, though, I'm definitely picking up that Tau combat, or not combat patrol. Yeah, combat patrol. Ugh, I gotta get that. Okay, nice. All right, time for our brassy color. Here we go. So Balthazar Gold, it's called. We'll see. Gotta shake it up real good. They give away free minis? I didn't get a free mini. Maybe I should have asked. Yeah, I'd pick up a Vespid kill team. That'd be cool. Gotta have bugs in all my armies, just in case. Where am I gonna squeeze bugs into my Space Marine army when I get that going? In my Imperial Guard, what am I gonna do? Oh, that's such a beautiful color. That is a beautiful color, genuinely. I love that color. Also won't need a ton of this. I think I'm just gonna leave it at like... I think that's more than enough. Mantis Warriors? Yeah, true. That's such a pretty gold. I mean, I wouldn't even call that a gold. I would call that a brass, but it's nice. Or a bronze. We painting Blood Angels, Flesh Terrors, Blood Ravens. Nice try. We're painting Hollow Stars. I'm painting it based off my Space Marine from Space Marine 2. Welcome in, Shiki. How's it going? Boop. I'm painting it based off this guy. Calling them the Holostar chapter. They're from a sector where their star was destroyed, probably by Dark Eldar, maybe by Necrons. And they're pretty pissed off about it. So now they lived out in the hollowed husk of their world, which they keep a giant generator in the center of the planet to keep it heated enough to survive in their caverns. But the surface of the world is completely uninhabitable and frozen over because their star was destroyed, and now they're angry about it. Is what I've decided the lore is. Anyway, more water. More water. This is my first time painting since I was like a baby boy, and I had no idea what I was doing. And I still have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm trying my best. And that's got to count for something. Anyway, now I'm doing their brassy leg they have. I don't even know what a Norn emissary is, so no, question mark, maybe. Did you watch the showcase, gamer? Are you excited? I'm excited. I want a Skitarii and Dark Tide. I also really want to try the, I want them to get Total War Warhammer 40k out the door now, and as soon as possible get Tau in that game, but I don't think that's going to happen for a bit. But I want them to. What are you most excited about? Big Bug! Yeah, I picked up some Age of Sigmar, oh, hold on. Sorry, I gotta be careful here. I picked up Age of Sigmar, oh man, uh-oh, that's still too watery. Hold on, I gotta dry this out a bit. Sylvaneth, because I like their giant bugs. They're very Nausicaa, and I love that. Oh, sheesh! This is such a cool color of metal. I love this color. This is so cool. I accidentally did the knee pad, and I didn't mean to. I'll have to go back over it with black later. Classic mess up on my part. Okay. Okay. Not too bad. I got to get the inside of the leg. That's going to be really hard from here, but I know what you're thinking. Ruze, we can't see what you're doing. Sorry. This is taking some real detail work, so I got to get in there, zoom in with my eyeballs. So I am. Okay, I love that color of like brassy bronze gold. It is so nice. Anyway, yippee! Okay, so that's the leg, the brassy leg done. Stands out really well. And I'm gonna do the little brass trim on the shoulder pads as well. And then I'm probably gonna go ahead and do the top coat of the gun for the brass as well. Alariel has the big bug. I know, the big beetle. It's so cool. I ended up just picking up a combat patrol though. So I have not the big beetle, but I do have the little like riders, whatever they're called, the spite riders, the ones that ride the spite dragons. They're really cool. Ooh, I accidentally ended up kind of dry brushing this. My paint had dried out on my paintbrush a little bit, and it's kind of ended up as a dry brush on the gun, and it looks really good because it looks like the heat has worn away at some of the brassiness. Oh, that looks really nice, actually. I really like that. Did not mean to dry brush this, but if it happens, I mean. If my brush insists, who am I to tell it no? So I'm just trying to be very careful on some of the detail work on this. So bear with me for a minute. That's the mini painting hand cam special. Don't stress about it. I'm stressing about it pretty bad, but I'm trying my best to be so normal. And you know what? I'm not doing a great job, but I'm trying. Paint some minis, gamer. Solidarity with me. Hold on, I'm almost done with this. I'll show you what I've been working on. I'm very locked in right now. As you might imagine from the silence. And I was working on the flamer and the little detail work on it. Just like, I'm going to go back in with black and try to polish some of those details, but I was just trying to add like the copper tubing and stuff like that and a couple like specific elements of like harsh metal and stuff. But yeah, I also got just a little tip of that little like igniter there where the fuel would spray out. But I also got to get the chest plate. Specifically, I got to get the skull on the chest, and then I also got to get the trim on the shoulders. So bear with me for a moment while I do that. Okay, so there's the chest plate. Oh, my glove almost slid off. I gotta be careful here. Yeah, I saw the 11th edition launch box is coming out and that they've got, what, Blood Angels, right? Is that Sanguinius, if I remember correctly? Little dudes. That seems pretty interesting. I'm not, like, a huge Space Marine guy, don't get me wrong, but listen, I like guys in power armor as much as basically anybody else, so I get it. I get it. And I hear the Blood Angels are pretty boys. Love that. Love that. Sign me up. More pretty boy Space Marines, please. Why's everybody got to be a chud? Ooh, that brassiness kind of looks really nice against that red. Oops. I have to go back in with the red and get some of that shoulder pad, but hey, pretty good so far. Accidentally turning this into a bit of a dry brush and to get a little bit more water. Not too much, but enough. So I gotta spiral. I gotta start working on my technique where I try to like force the paintbrush to have more of a tip by spiraling it as I pull it out of the paint, I think would help so that it doesn't like widen out too much before I start painting. I think right now what I'm struggling with is that sometimes the brush itself ends up being kind of wide. And that annoys me. Okay, so I'll go back in with red and polish this up, but hey, not bad. Possibly ending up a tad more Roman Legionnaire than I meant for it to, but, you know, whatever. I'm also going to paint his little wiring on this arm, that elbow, that copper color to kind of make it stand out a bit. And then I'm going to do his leg tubing as well. Apparently I painted the back of his leg with this copper at some point and didn't realize it, so I'll have to go back and fix that with the black, but I'm already going to go back and fix a bunch of stuff with the black, so that's okay. Alright, was there anything else I wanted to paint with this? Probably not. I think I'm okay on this for now. I might do a couple details on the backpack. What can I say? The Warhammer community loves their Space Marines built like brick houses, morally dubious and ugly as sin, unless it's the Primarchs, which is a little weird, huh? That the Primarchs get to be pretty. Let my Space Marines be pretty. Also, hey, thank you, Jax, for 25 months. That's crazy. These guys are starting to look a little bit steampunky, a little bit Roman Legionnaire, and I gotta be careful I don't tread too far into that territory. But I'm a fan of burnished bronzes and brasses over like shiny metal gold. What can I say? Call it a character flaw if you like. Oh, I love the little grating having the gold, the brass on it, on his backpack. Yeah. I'm also gonna do the little rivets on the back of his backpack, I think. Just little bleeps. Bloops. Bloop. Bloop. Yeah, I also did the inner like vents of his little jump jets. Cool. Oh, I gotta do his actual like big vents. Hold on. One sec. Yeah, there we go. I did his little inner ones too. Nice. Okay, I got a little detail work going on this little guy. He's not doing too bad so far, honestly. I don't hate it. I'm a little bit miffed that I messed up on the shoulders some, and I need to go back in with the red, but it's not the end of the world. I've also somehow done a stripe of bronze on the back of this leg that I didn't mean to, see? The leg that's like pulled back, so I gotta fix that. I'll have to do some weathering on the leather. I don't know what I'm gonna use to do that yet. I'll figure it out. And I gotta go back in and add a little bit more black on the butt plate as well, because I accidentally colored some of that leather. So, 11th edition, what are we looking at coming out of 11th edition? What's the plan there? Like, what are they, what all are they kind of like gunning to change? Because I know that they're doing some terrain changes and a few other things, but, your washes can help with weathering. Okay, I'm gonna do washes very soon. I do want to get the helmet done first though. And here's a question. Should I do the star on the helmet before the wash? I think I should, right? They're making it less lethal? That seems a little weird, but okay. I can accept that, I guess. I'm so nervous to like get rid of my brassy paint, but I think I got to. I think it's time. I think we're gonna do it. Yeah, new demon Primarch, huh? That's kind of cool. About time now that they gave Guilliman or whatever, Gilliman, back to the Ultramarines. Gilly Billy. No more stratagem stacking and reroll fishing. Is that a problem that Warhammer deals with right now? That's interesting. Melee armies won't get gunned down as quick, so what I'm hearing is they're nerfing Tau. All right. I'm gonna go back in there and touch a few things up with the little bit of black real quick. I know that like I should probably wait to do this. I understand that from like a cerebral standpoint, but I also just cannot tolerate this. I know I should do the helmet first and just be like, okay, don't stress it, but I'm stressing it, so. Yeah, it was too much water. Let's get back in there and take some of that. There we go. Much better. Ooh, that metal does not go away even with the black on top. That's interesting. Meant to like really layer that. There we go. Okay. I'm like really doing some fine point work here. Whew. Cutting it close on some of these spots. There we go. Nice. Okay. Go back in and get that knee pad real quick. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. Get the back of that leg. Nice. Get a little bit of this foot. Okay. And the inside of this copper wire. There we go. Very cool. Try to close that back off. I'm really muttering to myself here while I work, but, you know, just bear with me for a minute. Cool, man. I think I put back anything that needed, like, the black paint set back in, so we're good on that for now. Now I just need to go back in and get a little bit of red paint and fix a few things. All right, so there you go. I fixed a lot of the bronze that was overlapping on the knee pad. I touched up the wire on the foot. I touched up some of the gun stuff, and I really touched up the fuel canister because it had a little bit too much bronze sticking out where the skull was, but I kind of fixed that back in, so we should be good on that. Just gonna add a little bit more black on the bottom of the fuel canister. Oops. There we go. Nice. Okay. So I'm going to leave him sit for a second while I get my red back set up so I can fix the shoulder pads. And then I think we're on to the helmet, which is the last part of the base coat, which is awesome because then I can do my wash and then it's just highlights. And that's going to be fun. I have been running pretty long today. I might skip highlights, but I will definitely try to get to wash. So what I need to do on the helmet is I'm going to do it in all white. I considered vaguely trying to mimic my mask shape, you know what I mean? If you don't know what I mean is this. But I think that would be hard to paint. Too hard. And then for a while, what I thought was maybe I'll just do sort of a skull shape. Like I only paint like the white part of the, I only paint the bottom part of the mask and I leave the helmet like maybe red or black. But it kind of feels like Death Guard at that point. Or Death Watch, or whichever one it is with the black helmets with the white mask. And I'm like, I don't really want to do that. So I'm just going to do the whole head in white. I think it's stark. It stands out really good against the rest of the armor, so. Sorry, I'm fixing my sleeves. My gloves keep wanting to roll up on me. Can't show any flesh. I am, after all, an idol. Your least favorite idol, but still an idol. Some HoloStars like Rio stream for 12 hours. And I will too, sometimes. But I've also got a collab tonight, and I need to take a whittle blink because I've unfortunately only blinked for like 2 hours before the stream because I was too busy setting up. Let's go, Pikachu. Nice. Plastic cement? What is plastic cement? You mean like plastic glue or whatever? Anyway, I hope you guys are liking how this guy's turning out because I'm finding myself surprisingly charmed by him to the point where like there's a back part of my brain. There's a part of my brain in the very back that's like, what if you did a whole what if you did like buy a box though and you did run Space Marines? And I'm like, don't say it, don't think it, don't say it, don't think it, don't say it. But my brain's like, maybe. I'm being so careful with how I'm applying this right now. My hand is like shaky from fear. Uh-oh, a little too watery. I gotta pull a bit. Hold up. Yeah, soak that back up. Nice. Cleaned up that edge pretty well. That's a little better. It's It's a little bit thin. It's not hiding the brass as much as I want it to. Might need to grab just a dab more pigment. Yeah. Nice. There we go. That's a clean line. Okay. All right, on to the helmet. Please do not drink the paint jar. That would be bad for you. Okay. Now my fear is that because I'm about to do white, even if it is an off-white, I really, really need this paintbrush to be as clean as it can get. So I'm just like trying to be extra, extra, extra diligent about getting any paint off here. Which maybe it's time to change my paint water. I don't know. Which Chaos God would force you to drink paint water? Me. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna change my paint water. I don't... Is my BRB screen set up? I can't remember. I might have forgot to fix that. Let's find out. Good enough for me. BRB. Oh no, I rolled over my headphones cord. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, let's see. Boop. I'm back. Hi, everybody. Okay. More painting time. So, having had enough time to dry on that, I think that I hope my new paint water is clean enough to dry my, or wash my brush off the rest of the way. If not, this brush ain't getting clean. Oh, that's good. That's pretty clean. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So, let me quickly grab some more paper towel. And then I think we all agreed we were going with Wraithbone, right? Wraithbone white, even though it's a little bit warmer tone than I probably want for my white. It'll work because it's what I have. Let's go, Neophoria. What you painting?
What you painting?
Okay. Are Rosaders a hive mind like a Tyranid? No. No, not every bug is a hive mind, though that is the easy way to go as an author sometimes, huh? I don't blame them, it's kind of cool. Do I have any light grays? Nope. Only gray I have is the texture. Well, I have silver, but that's going to make it a little too metallic, so no. Okay. I hope that Wraithbone's mixed up enough. It's gonna have to be. Yeah. Trying to open these the first time and like break the seal, but without getting any paint on my gloves. Whew. That's tough. Oh shit. Well, you know what? That's actually okay. That's what I want. That's okay. I don't have a water dropper, so I'm just gonna, you know, do this number. And get a really thin layer for the first layer. Okay. Okay, here we go. That might be a little too watery, but that's all right. We'll just dab a bit of the paper towel. Boop. Yeah, that's too watery. Hold on, I need a bit more pigment. There we go. Okay, we're running a dangerous game here. I'm gonna have to pull some of that up. And then move the rest around the helmet. There we go. Okay, well that was a really ruddy, ugly, muddy first pass with too much water for sure. Which is fine. Happy little accidents, we make it work. What I'll do is I'll pull some of the pigment across the helmet here. You'll see what I'm talking about in a moment. What I'm doing is I'm constantly painting it so that as it dries too much, essentially, with the really thin areas, I pull some of the pigment back out of the areas where it's pooling, where it's like getting too thick, and I drag that across all the drying areas to like spread this as like a very light, thin layer. So it's not pooled in the corners and crevices, but it's also not like missing on the flats, like the long flat surfaces. So I'm not adding anything, I'm just using my brush to keep like moving the paint around as it dries to make sure it doesn't sit in one area for too long, basically. And just let it kind of like be an even coat around everything. At least that's the theory behind it, which, you know, worked out okay-ish. It's still trying to like seep down into the cracks a bit, but I'm being careful. I'm pulling it around. It's going okay. Ta-da! Getting there. I'm gonna dry my brush even more and just take up a bit of this liquid. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Just get it out of some of these crevices, like the mask. Because we don't want the mask to lose its definition. A little bit of a panic situation there, but I think it was handled well. Yippee! Okay, I'm gonna let that first layer dry a bit for the Bone Wraith. It's really patchy right now. It might not show up on camera how patchy it is, but trust me, it's patchy. Okay, so this is going to be the most time-intensive part that I have to do because I need to paint it white, let it dry, paint it white again, let it dry. Then I need to paint the blue star on the head and paint the purple eyes, which obviously is going to take some work. Oh no, we chopped his head off! So I'm gonna do a little bit less water this time. Not a ton, but enough. I hope. I'm air drying his head by blowing on it. He's welcome. I'm a little nervous now that that purple might be too saturated for the eyes, but I'm gonna try anyway. Here we go. Okay, let's see what that looks like. That might be a little thin. Let's add a little bit more pigment. That could work. Okay. I'm still a little nervous that that's too pooly. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Nice. shit. Accidentally got a little bit of white in the base plate, which means I gotta go back with black again. But that is the dance of the model maker, I'm sure. It is the eternal dance that must be done. Okay, we take a little bit of paint off there, and then I go back onto the faceplate and I slurp a bit out to get rid of some of the excess. And we do it again. So if you're ever struggling where you're like, oh no, there's too much paint pooling in like the details. For me personally, what I'm learning, and I have to learn this really quick, I have to learn it on the fly here, is that just straight up, put your paintbrush on the paper towel and just like dry it, even if it seems stupid or it seems like you're like just painting the paper towel. Do it to make your paintbrush as dry as possible, because then it will suck up the paint if you put it back on the model. So I'm doing that, and then I'm going back in and essentially repainting the details to drain the paint out of it. This is especially important, I feel, around the face, so that you keep like the eyes and the mask intact, which is not showing very well on this camera, but hopefully you can still see that the face grading and the eyes and stuff still have a lot of detail there and aren't like soaked in paint. You'll have to take my word for it that I've done a good job at making sure that I keep the face details pretty solid. I'll get better pictures later when it dries. Oh, that actually works. I just had to pull it a little further away from you guys. That's not too bad. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna let that white dry, and then I'm gonna go back in with black one more time and make sure I touch up the little base plate that I accidentally splattered with white. And I also want to do, I think, maybe the wires on the jaw, because he's got like wires coming out of his jaw. I'm either gonna do those in brass or I'm gonna do those in black. I don't know yet. Probably black. I feel like I'm using a little bit too much brass, but you know. See you later, Ivory. Consequently, I'm also going to blink for a little bit before the collab after I'm done here. Though I do need to set up the waiting room. You may not eat the figurines. I need them alive, that they might fight my enemies for me. Go now, my space marines. Slay my foes. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab just a little bit of black. That pigment's pretty thick, but that's kind of on purpose. Okay, well, hold on. I gotta like point. If I don't point my brush, this is not gonna work. Oh, sheesh. He's insane with it. Your Honor? He's crazy. No, you may not eat paint. God, no. No, guys, no. Stop. Bad. Yucky. No. Bad. Bad, bad. Yuck, yuck. No, no. No, 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 no. Night, Pancake! I'm up way earlier than I should be as well, so I feel you. But I will resist the urge to rest. I don't need it. Okay. can't be serious. You can't be serious. Went back in with a dab of white because I accidentally got a little bit of black when I was doing the under layer on the chin. And then I accidentally got a little white on the corner where I just did black. So now I got to scoop that up. I'm going to see if I can't just scoop it up with this dry brush though, instead of like repainting over it. We'll see. I did not. It didn't work. Okay. I'll have to let it dry and then I'll paint back over it with black. Patience is going to be my best friend here. I think that's enough white on the helmet to be good though. I think I'm good with that. I'll save any other white for like highlight stuff using the really, really bright white, the Corax white. The only downside of using white on these helmets is that I know white is a color that actual Space Marines use on their helmets to and signify rank or maybe being a Terminator or something like that. I'm not 100% certain. So I might be like kind of overlapping with that a bit, which could be a bit skewing and be like, well, then what rank are these guys? It's like, I don't know, dude. Just roll with it. They just look cool. That's it. All right, I'm gonna go back in there and try to get these wires on their jaws. And I know what you're thinking. Freehanding those wires with that paintbrush, that's crazy work. Well, they never said I was sane. Oh, I'm insane. I'm actually fucking crazy. I got those wires on that faceplate so good. Like, it's perfectly at the rivet. So there's just like little discs of white where the wires connect. That's so cool. Okay. Whew. Okay. Now I have to be just as crazy with getting the detail of this blue star down without messing up, because I only get really one shot at this. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to paint back over it with white, and then I gotta do it again and again and again and again. And if I do it too much, it'll obviously add layers, and that'll make the head thicker, which we don't want to do, and it'll get rid of some detail, which we don't want to do. I also need to get the purple of the eyes perfect first try. So which one do we want to take a stab at first? Do we want to do the eyes or the star? That's the real question. Atari, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hi, gamers. My name's Crimzon Rulez. I'm Elysium's greatest monster hunter, Midwest fantasy VTuber, and your least favorite idol. And today I am painting some Warhammer minis. I just built these the other day and primed them, and I'm working on my own little chapter of Space Marines, which is not the army I saw myself doing, but it's the one that Warhammer sent me. So thank you, Warhammer, for sponsoring the stream and letting me do that. I'm excited. I've also got my own box of Tyranids here that I want to do one day, but this is my first model I've painted in forever, and I'm not a painter. I don't really ever paint. So this is great practice and a great way to keep me from freaking out. Well, you know, I built these in the arguable sense. They're actually, these are a starter set. So what these do is they click together. They like have like little like rod, like dowels essentially that like slot into each other. So you don't even have to like plastic glue them, which is nice. But I did paint them, yes, from scratch. I'm working on it right now. I've got my little color palette there, and what I'm doing here is I'm trying to get the really fine details of like the little wings on the chest and the little like trim on the shoulders and the little like brass elements on this flamethrower going. I'm finishing up the helmet in a second. I'm gonna do purple eyes and a little blue star on the head, and then I'm probably gonna do a full wash over the whole thing. And then who knows what happens from there. Anyway, how was your stream, gamer? Okay, so which color of purple do I want to do? I think I'm going to do this purple. I think the darker purple is going to look nice, probably. It was great. What were we doing? Ignore the table shaking, I'm sorry. It's my legs. Well, now I'm starting to second guess. Do I want to use this purple because it's so bright and it'll make it look like the eyes are glowing? Let's go. That sounds fun. Congrats on 1,000, by the way. 1,000 plus. Oh. Yeah, so these are the two I'm debating between, but honestly, I think the darker eyes might look a little bit better. Maybe. Yeah, I'm a little nervous the other purple's gonna be too vibrant. I'm gonna do the darker eyes. Hell yeah, gamer. You better believe it. Okay. Yeah, that purple's more than vibrant enough. I really just need like, honestly, I might not even put this on the palette. I might just take a dab out of here and then take a... I'm just gonna take a stab at this raw. Here we go. We're gonna raw dog it. Okay, that was close, but not quite. I definitely did a little bit too much there, so I'm gonna have to go back in there with white. Oh, that is tough. Ah, so close. Well, broke out of the margins a little bit. Close though. Oh, toothpick would have been smart, Lexandary. That was smart. Took a long time to be able to celebrate it. Yeah, life does get in the way, huh? It's all right. I'll go back in there and I'll just paint over it with white if I can. We'll see if I can get a thick enough coat to make it hide it. I'm gonna try to quickly see if I can't take some of it off the top with, no, I can't. Okay, we'll just have to go back over with white. It's fine, no big deal. I do gotta let it dry fully first though, because if I try to, I just learned this the hard way on the neck piece. If you try to paint over it before it dries, it just mixes. So I'm just gonna blow on it until it dries. All but one hair? That's so crazy. That makes sense though. Is the paint acrylic based? I believe so. But don't quote me. I am no painter. Okay, that was very, very well done on the cleanup. All that's left is to go back in with purple one more time. And just get the corner of that eye. Pretty good. Looking at you is making me remember my dad. Whoa! Oh, miniature cars. I don't know what a 143 is. You know, I thought my dad would be the type of guy who likes miniature cars because he likes vehicles a lot. I guess he doesn't care about minis that much, though. Totally fair. Can't blame him. Thanks, I just got back into painting minis today. I used to paint them when I was a kid, but I've taken up very little artistic pursuit since then, and I use streaming as an opportunity to try new things. So I'm getting back into mini painting because I used to love Warhammer. And now I'm trying to get right back into it. 143 scale. Oh, it's the scale, I see. That makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna just take a little bit more purple and try this one more time. I've got like a hair of purple on this. You can barely see it. See the tip of the brush? All right. Pray for me. Here we go. You guys ready? Hi. Ooh. I think there might have been an ounce of bleed over there, but honestly, I might just be okay calling that one good enough. That's awesome, Duke. Congrats. It's true. I'm more of a uncle than I am a dad, unfortunately. Leave the dadding to people who have babies. I'm the weird uncle that plays too many video games and reads books and does world building. I'm not the cool uncle, the one who rides in on a motorcycle. That's okay with me. Can we legally call you Unk? No. No, you may not. Okay, purple's done. That's enough purple for now. I might go back in there and highlight it with a little bit of the like super duper 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 bright purple, but honestly, I don't know if I'm gonna do that now that I've seen how hard it was to do that first purple. That was a bit of a nightmare. But that's purple. So let's do our blue. This is gonna be for our Omega symbol on our shoulder, which is what I'm gonna leave for now. One day, if I do this chapter genuinely, I'll go back in and make my own insignia. But these molds actually have the Omega built into their shoulders. Or maybe I won't. I don't know. Maybe I'll just leave it. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll leave it red, and you guys can just imagine your own chapter insignia there. Good luck, Atari!
Give me those bug Pokemon, give me them.
Well, I was gonna change it to like a star or something, but I don't know if I care enough right now. And also, I don't want to do the Omega symbol because like these aren't Ultramarines. It'd be really cool if I could speed paint this and finish this in one stream, though. Wouldn't that be sick? A hollow star? You better believe it. All right, I'm gonna crack this one open. And I'm gonna use it just as is. I'm just gonna try and freehand a quick star on the head with a little bitty baby boop, a blue. Okay, here we go. Shee! Not bad at all, dude. A piece de la resistance. The little bit of blue star. Okay, so what was this color gonna be? Oh, that's my wash. Okay, that's one wash. And this is my dark wash. So this is my warm colors wash. This is my dark colors wash. So I'm gonna use this for cool colors like my black and my white. I'm gonna use this for like my brasses and my reds. Which is gonna be hard, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I do feel like the shoulder plate could still use a little bit of touching up, but I'm gonna try not to stress about it and just let it be what it is. Now, the question I have is, should I do the wash before I do the highlights? I think so, right? You wanna do wash and then do edge paints. Now, when I say edge paints, what I mean is like, you know, like if I were doing the edge paints on this guy, what I mean is like going around the edge of the gun and like kind of highlighting the shape of the corners to like kind of create a lot of contrast and make you like really like pay attention to like, I don't know, the outlines of things. Oh, also I got to go back in here with black again and get the, I forgot I had to go back in and get the gun handles. They got a little red on them. Wash then highlight. Do a very light and very thin wash first. Okay. Just glop that wash on. Okay, I'll just put okay, so what I'll do is I'll put the wash in a cup and I'll just dip the whole model in the cup. How's that sound? Does that sound good? Time to wash them. Now the question is, do I want to do his boots red before I get started, or do we like the black? I'm trying to like blur my eyeballs and imagine red there. I think I like the black. Do you guys think the red sounds cool? Okay, but the problem is that because it has a black base, the red might be a different color because I did the reds on the shoulders directly on gray. Wait, I thought you did a wash across the whole thing. Aren't you supposed to do like a thin wash over the whole thing? Only on the inner corners, huh? Well, I think the soles of the shoes, it would be funny to do them in that blue I just did, just to kind of give it another spot. And because the bottom of my boots are blue. I thought a wash was just for dimension, not all over everything. I thought a wash was just something you did that like you put all over everything because it's just a very thin layer and it kind of seeps into cracks and creates like really deep like darkness in those cracks to kind of like add dimension to like parts that might be missing it. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I usually just wash the metal details, but he's metal all over. His whole body's metal. Huh. You don't think I should wash the head at all? But that's where a lot of the detail is. That's like where his face grading is and stuff. I was hoping that would save my details on the head. Uh-oh. Oh, I shouldn't have painted his face white then. I messed up. Bummer. Oh well. Depends on the mini, but I like using washes all over followed by gentle dry brushes over it. Uh-oh. I'm getting some conflicting thoughts here. This is going to be tough. Oh, putting a wash over like flesh tones might be weird. That's true. I'm still also deciding if I want to like end up doing some red on the boots. I think I do. I'll go back in with black and touch that up, but I think this creates a lot of visual interest at the bottom where it is a little bit struggling right now to have anything stand out, so. Okay. Yeah, Agrax Earthshade's gonna give a reddish brown. You'd probably get a brownish off-white. Well, I don't really want that. What about, have you guys used Celia green shade like this? It's like a very, 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 very dark green. I'm gonna skip the blue on the sole of the shoe because I think that would just make it a little clownish. I gotta be careful about how silly I'm being. I do not have any blue washes, no. None at all. Sorry, I'm trying to form my brush into a very sharp tip here to clean up some of the red lines. Someone's gonna hit these Space Marines with, hey, nice shoes, bro. Thanks, man. Okay, I do think that adds a little bit of visual interest at the bottom. I kind of like it. There you go. Okay. Hard to match custom wash later, though, if you want things to be identical. Oh, yeah, that's true. Take a toothpick point amount of the green and mix it to a filled mixing point of water. I'm sorry, what? Oh, you're saying to add some water to this and then add a little of the green to it? I see what you're saying. Okay. What's up, Kago? Oops, I dripped that on my board. And I was doing so well, too. Oh, well. Okay. All right, so here's my green wash. Which I don't think I need to really shake up that much, but we'll try. Thanks, yippee! Ooh, that's a little greener than I thought, that's for sure. Like, that's a little bit greener than I thought. I'm a little afraid of what that'll do to the armor. Maybe I just stick with Agrax. Yeah, if you look at it on the paper towel, it's like right here. I was thinking I might use that as like the dark shade on the blacks, but honestly, I'm a little afraid of it now. Well, let's start with what we know. What I know is that the Agrax should be fine on the reds, I imagine. So I can do like the shoulders, the arms, I could do the brassy parts, like, you know, the gun here, like the heat exhaust. I could do the brassy leg part, and I can maybe also use the Agrax on the leather before I start painting leather details on there. And then if I feel like everything looks too light after that, I might come back in with this green shade. Sounds like a nightmare server day. I've worked so hard on this little fella, but I could. All right, so just use the wash straight, right? Like, don't bother watering it down. Got it. All right, Agrax, here we go. You and me, buddy. Please stop closing. Okay. Okay. Good start. Make sure I get a little bit off that brassiness. Okay. That does not want to stay open. Maybe that's okay. Man, this wash dries quick. I gotta be moving. Okay. It's making the brass really, really, really burnished brass. I don't know how I feel about that, but honestly, it's not so bad. Oh, my hands got shaky there for a second. Whoa, chill. Zaddy, chill. Okay. Get a little bit more wash in there. That's not enough. There we go. Sometimes it's hard to tell if I'm even getting any because since it's not like open, it's not clear how much I'm getting on there sometimes. Almost done, sorry.
Momentai! Momentai, Ruzeters, Momentai!
Okay, so after only doing the arms, the gun, and the brassy leg and the leather on the butt, it does look pretty good. I get it. I get it. It adds a lot of depth. Whoa! Early stream has been in one of my earbuds while work chaos keeps unfolding. Thanks for keeping me grounded. Thanks for hanging out and watching me while you're at work. That's sick. And thank you for the magenta soup. Damn, Rabbit King, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna add a little bit of green, and maybe if this ends up being terrible, you know, it's all part of the lore. We talked about how they came from a very green planet originally, and then it was coated in ice after their star was destroyed, and they still have one brown, like brassy leg to remind them of the woodwork they used to do. You know, they came from a very green planet once upon a time. So it's all part of the lore, brother. It's part of their lore. It's fine. Also, thank you so much for the magenta soup, Rabbit King. Thanks for watching me all your work. All right, I'm gonna try a little wash on the black. Here we go. You guys ready? It's gonna be the green wash. Okay. Please don't be like absolutely bonkers crazy. How do I lock this in place? There's gotta be a way to lock this, right? Oh wait, it did it itself. We're lucky. Okay, so then take a little bit of that wash off of there. And here we go. Wish me luck. Okay, that's a little bit too much wash, but that's okay. We'll I'll just spread it around a bit. It'll be fine. That's sad lore? You're damn right it's sad lore. That's why they're the Hollow Star chapter. Their star was destroyed. And they're pissed off about it. Okay. Sorry, I'm almost done. Got to get his crotch there. As you do. Okay. And now we just do a little bit of the screen on the gun. Now, do I want to do the screen on his head, or is that gonna like be too much, you think? Will that like make the like... I feel like that might be bad on the head. I feel like it might like hide some of the detail work I did. But I want it to seep in and like really show the grading on his jaw is the problem. But here's how it looks on black so far. It's not dry all the way, but black and white are two very different things. Well, maybe I could put it on this white and see what it does. Ooh, it might stain it green, guys. That might stain it green. I mean, it's not too bad if it's a very thin layer. Oh, it's pretty green, guys. It's pretty green. Yeah, it's pretty green on the white. Which does make them look really rainy, which is kind of cool. It makes them look like they're on a jungle planet and they've been fighting, but it like really muddies up the white a lot. So I might try to get that off there a little bit. I'm gonna dry my paintbrush out really well, and then I'm gonna go back over it to get some of the wash off. Oh, that's not working. Okay, well maybe I'll dab at it with a paper towel. We'll see if that takes some of it. Nope, he's stained now. All right, he's got that fucking, he's been rained on, bro. That dude's helmet is dirty. All right, nothing you can do about that now. Except for accept it. And I'm cool with it, it's fine. He's got a little bit of a dirty helmet. He's been in a fight. Why would that helmet be perfectly white anyway? He's in the thick of it. Would white over it again help? Not interested. I ain't doing that again. I'm cool with it. He's been cooking Xeno's scum. Okay. So that's it for the wash, I think. And now it is down to, do I feel like doing edge highlights? And I don't know, maybe. Problem is I can't really do white highlights now, because if I do that, it's gonna make the staining look weird, like he's not dirty. Like it's just a part of the color of the helmet, which is not what I'm going for. I want it to look like it's messy. Because I don't want people to be like, oh, so this chapter just has like green helmets that are, or white helmets that are stained with a green overlay of some sort. But I also do think highlights can look really good. The other problem is I don't actually have a red highlight to use. So maybe no highlights on this, because I couldn't even do the red if I wanted to. I mean, I could take the red and add a little white and lighten it up and then use that, I guess. You know what? No highlights for this little guy. I think he's good as is for now. I think I like him. He looks like he's in a dark, horrid place, and he's covered in swampy shit. And that wash did help, though. That wash did help. I get it. And there's our little guy. Sorry, let me move him back a bit. That's like, you lose a little detail at that distance, but here, oh, my red hides him. Never mind. You're just gonna have to look at him like this. That's our little guy. He's also got his little like holster on his butt and his pouches and stuff. Oh, good. The brassy color showed through on the jetpack. I was afraid it wouldn't on the little like vents and grates and stuff. Nice. Not jetpack, you know what I mean. His little like breather pack or whatever it is. His brassy leg's kind of hidden, but I think that's partially just the pose of this guy. It would show more on a Space Marine who wasn't holding a two-handed weapon that guarded his leg. But yeah, honestly, not bad. I'm pretty proud of that for my first little mini. I like him. Yeah, I like him. I want to take the time to set up like a little photo shoot, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to take a quick picture of him and put him on social media. But I am going to close out of here for now so that I can go set up the waiting room for Darktide, which I will be playing with Octavio and Goldie a little bit later. So I hope you guys are excited for tonight. Finally, Darktide time. I feel like I'm pretty proud of that for a first paint. I do think that I would want to maybe add highlights, but honestly, I kind of mess with how dark he looks, but I don't know if that's like... I think that happens often in art, especially in my case, where I look at something and I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to change it. It feels perfect as it is. And then I change it a little bit. I'm like, oh, that does look better. Dang. I feel like that every time. Like, I felt like that before I did the wash, and now I'm like, oh, but the wash looks better. Dang. So maybe I do want to add the highlights? I don't know. I'll come back to it later. Anyway, gamers, thank you so much for hanging out. Warhammer, thank you for sponsoring this stream, and thank you for letting me hang out and watch the Warhammer Skulls broadcast, and check out all the cool new stuff happening. There's a lot of good deals going on with Warhammer right now, up to 90% off on some of their games on Steam and other platforms, of course, and every single console, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I hope to do a little bit more Warhammer this week because it's Warhammer week, baby. So tonight's Darktide, tomorrow's probably more painting, or I'm really getting a hankering to play a little bit of Total Warhammer, so I might do that instead. I don't know yet. Either way, thanks for hanging out with me while I did a bit of painting, guys. And one more time, thanks Warhammer for sponsoring the stream. I will see you guys later. I would raid you out to the waiting room for Darktide, but it's actually not up yet. It will, Darktide is at 8 p.m., so that's in about 3.5 hours. I'll see you then. Okay, bye, gamers. Bye! No VOD question today, since it's a sponsored stream. I'll catch you later. Thanks, Warhammer! Oh, that's so cool. That was so fun. Man, that was so cool.
Me like paint mini.
Warhammer's got such a fun universe. All right, gamers. I will see you soon. 3.5 hours. I'm going to go set up that waiting room. Bye-bye. Oh, I got to go wash out my paint palette, too. Okay, bye. Oh, and I got to make sure I closed all my paints right so they don't try it out. See you soon. Oh, I'll check my art tag. Don't think I won't. And don't you guys forget to check out all the deals going on with Warhammer games right now.